Testing sound. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Chairman.
Great. We'll get started in 2 minutes. All right, everybody, let's get going. Welcome to the May 20th, 2022 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Timmy Knutson. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm the chairman of the ZBA. I want to start this meeting with a heartfelt thank you to Jolene Saul for her service to the Zoning Board of Appeals over the last 2 years. And to let everyone know that Jolene has made the decision to resign from the board. Jolene brought an incredible expertise and perspective in affordable housing, development, urban planning, and more. In addition to that, she asked great questions on complex issues, which has been of extreme value to this board. Her shoes will not be easy to fill, and we wish Jolene the absolute best as she builds out her business. With that, we are for today, but we have a great meeting ahead. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on April 29th, 2022, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until May 29th, 2022. Thus, Section 71 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I'm making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I'm also making a determination pursuant to Section 75 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, promulgated first by my predecessor and now by me, and which are posted to the board's website. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any materials to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for all participating. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Number two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will promote you to a panelist. Please accept the promotion. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Number 3, if you are here in opposition or support of a matter, when your matter is called, please raise your hand so that we know you are here and may transfer you to a panelist. If you are listening to this meeting via phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Number 4, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Number 5, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking at all times, including now. Number 6, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that 2 people do not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that occurs. Number 7, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Number 8, please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually in order to accommodate for this. Number 9, if an applicant or anyone in opposition or support to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. And number 10, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting to ensure adequate capacity. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which we of course hope you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toya.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Fabulous. I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of last month's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the agenda has been approved. Now let's get into continuances and withdrawals. I see one hand patiently raised, Alderman Burnett. I believe you're here on matter 155-22-Z.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Alderman Walter Burnett. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and this body for all of the work that you all are doing. I also want to thank you for the consideration to encourage the developer in this case to postpone his meeting and work it out with the community. They have done very well with that. They have come to a conclusion. They put the paperwork together, but they put it together at the 9th hour. So the community just want a little time to read it. And I asked if you can defer it for 1 more month. We did talk to the lawyer for the developer about it, and he's okay with that.
Okay, so I'm hearing from you and that you think everything's been sorted out to the extent that it needs to be before coming to us, and that if we gave it an exception for 1 month, they'd be ready.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. And really quick, Councilor Fatikas, are you on?
Yes, I am, Chairman. Nick Fatikas on the record. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the Alderman summed it up just right. We provided a revised memorandum of understanding with the neighborhood organization. We also made plan changes specifically requested by the immediate neighbors. It's just a matter of making sure everybody approves the changes and that we're ready to go forward. The applicant is ready to go forward today, but we understand a 1 month continuance would hopefully just button up any loose ends prior to hearing.
Okay, great. Yeah, then we will make an exception on this one because we're going to be getting pretty firm on the 2 month, but this has come in front of us before in some capacity, and it's a little bit different of a situation. So we will continue this matter 155-22-C to June. Our June meeting is June 17th, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Great, thank you.
Fantastic.
Great. Yep.
Thank
And
you,
Alderman
thank
Burnett,
you.
yep. Thank you so much for coming on. We always
No,
enjoy it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I think you run a great meeting. That's like, you got a whole script before you start, man. It's like a whole bunch of stuff, but you're
It's
doing
a
a great job.
mouthful. I get sick of hearing myself before we even start. So
Thank you, and thank you, Nick. Have a good day.
thanks, Alderman. Okay, now let's go to next on my list is calendar number 147, 148, and 149, 22Z.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Moore, on behalf of the applicant in those cases.
Hey, Tom.
I think actually it's 147, 48, and 49.
Yeah, that's right.
So the applicant, Nosar Amaran, when he started this whole project, had certain financial expectations. They're all ballooned when he's gone to contractors. And so he needs some time to see if he really can afford to go forward with this. And a 2-month date would be would work for him as well as us, if that's acceptable with you.
Great. Yep. Thank you. Thanks very much, Counselor. And we will grant that 2-month continuance, which, let me look at my calendar, brings us to July 15th, 2022. So for, again, everyone on the record, no further notice to be given, but calendar numbers 147-22-Z, 148-22-Z, and 149-22-Z will be continued to July 15th, 2022.
And then, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have one more case that needs to be continued.
Yep, go right ahead.
It is 13-22S on page 7.
Yep.
It is it's a gas station, and after meetings with the planning department, we've had extensive changes in the plan. And one of the things that came out was that the actual there is no buffer between the property, the private property, and the street, Cicero Avenue itself. So there really is no place that the applicant can comply with certain landscaping requirements. And so just a few days ago, I received from the planning department, from Nancy, a denial, which I have to notice and send out and catch up with the special use case. So we'd ask for a continuance to be able to do that so that you would hear the whole case at one time and not in 2 parts.
Yep, that's helpful, Counselor. And our new standard is for previously continued matters, we're going to be continuing 3 months unless there's a special circumstance. So are you okay with 3 months, or is there a special circumstance?
Well, I'm sure I'm sure my clients would be, they've been at this for a long time, and
He's
So,
on mute.
Counselor, you're on mute.
I'm sure my clients have been at this a very long time, and they've totally revamped their plan consistent with the suggestions of the planning department, and they were pretty much ready to go. And then this thing came from the left field, and they were hoping I could get 1 month. 3 months would be a tremendous shock. Could we compromise it too?
I'll give 2, but I want just you, since you appear often, to be on notice that that going forward, and I get that this has to do with DP, so it's a little bit different. We're going to be continuing things further out that have already been continued, just because we're seeing too many continuance requests over and over. So for this one, let's give 2, but please just keep that in mind.
I will keep it in mind. Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay. So everyone, this is calendar number 13-22-S. It will go into our June meeting, June 17th, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you,
Sorry, July. Too many screens. Sorry, everyone. So 13-22-S will go July 15th, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. All right. Is anyone here for calendar number 274-21-S and 521-21-S?
Yes, I'm here. I'm counsel for the applicant.
Hi, Counselor. Okay, go right ahead.
Yes, so for these two applications, my client actually will be withdrawing them. Nothing really further to say unless the board has any questions.
Nope, no questions. Okay, and so for everyone, this is calendar numbers again, 274-21-S and 521-21-S, and these will be withdrawn. So thanks, Counselor, for coming and formally requesting. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
All right. Is anyone here for calendar number 32-22-S? We have Counselor Chris Leach on this one.
I'm here as an objector to that case, but I don't know if the counselor is here. The attorney Chris Leach, I think, was supposed to present.
Yeah, let's. And I know a continuance is being requested on this one, Mr. Ruwald. Let's see if we can have someone from the applicant request it first, and then just hear from you that you understand. And so if no Counselor Leach, do we potentially have Ross Babel on? Give me 1 second.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Bud Kerwin, the real estate appraiser for 32-22-S.
Hey there, Bud.
Good morning.
Morning. I also see someone from the Alderman's office on as well, Bud. So if you want to speak to this, or else I'll ask Ruben Franco to.
Just confirming, Chairman, that our word was that this item was going to be continued as well. Word from the attorney.
Okay. Thank you. And I don't think we have the attorney on, but since you're on the applicant side,
Yes.
are you're? I'm just trying to triple confirm that this is being continued.
I heard that was a possibility, but I did not receive official word as of right now.
Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to continue this on the record. This is a matter that has been in our inventory for a second. So we're going to be continuing this 3 months. Like I stated, we're doing with previously continued matters. Again, everyone, this is 32-22-S. And 3 months from now is at tail end of summer. That brings us to August 19th, 2022. And no further notice will be given. We're continuing this on the record.
Yes, sir.
Great. All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone. Thanks, Mr. Wald and Mr. Franco for getting on. Okay. Any other requests for continuances and withdrawals? Hey, Nancy, I see your hand raised. Go right ahead.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ZBA members. It was my understanding, and I'm not sure if the attorney for 9722S is on, but we had spoken yesterday. We need updated code compliant plans for that one. So that case will need to be continued.
Okay, and I do see Councilor Barbarian was just raising your hand. Let's see, Tlar, are you promoted now?
I am, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, yes. So we did speak, Nancy and I spoke yesterday about this matter. This is kind of and I understand where this is just about the continuance now, but we submitted this application. It is a reinstatement of an existing or a previously granted special use for a parking garage that is in a parking garage that exists. So there's no changes are being made to the property. We just need to get the special use reinstated. So on this one, we didn't have plans. We actually hired an architect to come out and prepare plans of the as-built. Submitted those a couple of weeks ago, I think, to maybe last week, to the city. And then we were asked to revamp and provide a plan that shows the garage is used solely for valet, and so they park cars more tightly than you would have in a self-park arrangement. So we've been asked to provide a plan now that would show how many legal parking spaces could be on the site if it were used as a self-park garage. So we've sort of, though we understand completely the city and staff need to vet these thoroughly. We've gotten, requests to pivot and, prepare plans that have taken our architect.
I'm still on. I see
an amount
myself.
of time. So we're happy to provide that, but would ask.
Just 1 second. I want to, there we go. The person is muted now for 487-651. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, no, I'm so sorry. I just would ask that if it's at all possible, Nancy and I spoke about potentially if it was at all possible to get this. We didn't know about the 3-month rule. We were hoping we would get a 1 month. I think staff is supportive of that. We do have a commitment from our architects to get that new plan turned around by June 3rd, so that staff will have some time to review it prior to the June meeting. If we have to get to July, we understand, but if it is at all possible to not have a 3-month continuance, we would appreciate that.
Yeah, so we, I know for the next meeting now the agenda's set. And with this being an already continued matter, we're not going to give you 3, which would now be the standard, because I know it has to do with communications with DPD, but we'll go with 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. So, and Nancy, that sounds good on your end as well?
Yeah. And just for clarification, it's just related to the requirements of the zoning ordinance. So we technically need, and the ZBA needs, a code compliant plan. So
yep.
So we're on the same page.
Yeah, we're on board. We understood completely.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, good. So this is calendar number 97-22-S, and we'll hear it July 15th, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
All right, any other requests for continuances and withdrawals? If you're on the phone and you're requesting a continuance and withdrawal, just press *9. And same goes if you're here to object throughout the meeting. All right, everybody. Let's get into, one second. Let's get into our regular call. So first up, let's go to calendar number 141-22-Z. And this will be Counselor Tom Moore. Counselor, so go right ahead, and it'll be heard with 142-22-Z.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, Tom Moore, I did not prepare this application, but the applicant, Ms. Milinek, asked me if I would help her present it. And so I checked with the staff and made a filing, and with your permission, I would help her do that.
Yeah, Counselor, go right ahead. We reviewed the application, and I knew that it wasn't done by you. So, but you can go ahead and leading it.
Thank you. And so we would have two witnesses, Cheryl, the owner of the house, and her architect, Randy Hout.
Okay, great. Ms. Milenchik, will you please state your name and address?
Cheryl Hope Milenchik, 3012 West Chase Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60645.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And we'll get Randy sworn in as well. So, Mr. Randy Houts, will you state your name and address?
Randy Houts, 1645 North Maplewood, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. So, Cheryl, you live in this house. Whom do you live in it with?
My husband and 3 boys.
And how old are the boys?
11, 9, and 7.
And how long have your family lived in this house?
So I believe we bought it in 2006. So it's been a while.
And so those children have been born in the meantime.
Correct.
And so the house has become more crowded, and you need more room and more privacy for you and your husband. Is that fair?
Definitely.
And the house is existing. It's more than 50 years old, and it is already in the side yard and in the rear yard. So if you were to put your addition on it, you will need variations to do that. Is that right?
Correct.
And so you hired an architect, and he presented code compliant plans, and you're here asking the board to allow you to build this addition, which will make your family's life more livable and viable. Is that right?
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
And you signed a affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with your own affidavit. Is that right?
Yes.
And then, Mr. Hout, you tell us who you are and how you're related to this case. I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm the architect for the family, and did the plans that you're looking at right now for the addition.
And what are the practical difficulties that you had to overcome in order to make these plans viable?
The house is an existing split level, so the only way we could add up would be to add over the living room and to be adding a bigger front to the house. We thought we want to put the addition towards the back. And the problem is we can only go about 7 feet or so for and to be in compliance with the rear yard setback. So we show this as a larger setback so they can get a bedroom that's viable for them.
and it otherwise complies with all, if these variances are granted, it complies with all codes and ordinances, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you, with Cheryl's help, you did an affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant these 2 variances?
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with them, is that right?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, that is the essence of the case.
Great. And Mr. Houts, maybe you'd be best for this. Could you just give us a little bit of an overview of the hardship as it relates to the lot? I understand it might be slightly substandard.
Correct.
Anything else come to mind?
No, we were looked at different options of where to place this addition and looking at costs and everything else. And the best thing and the way the practicality of the house is, the way it's already consistently arranged, because like I said, it's a split level and the bedrooms upstairs are only 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. So they needed an additional bathroom and a larger master bedroom because that would take over part of the master bedroom space. And that's how we came in. And to get it to be a size that is usable for them, we needed to go back further than what was allowed.
Okay.
Can I do a follow-up, please, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely. Yep.
So the hardship really is that it's an existing house built already close to the rear yard line and in the side yard. And so you're not dealing with a clean slate. You're not starting from scratch to comply. You have this existing condition that neither this applicant nor you created. Is that right?
Correct.
Great. Any other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. I have a question. Can you describe any communication that's taken place about this proposed project between you and the adjacent neighbors?
Is that for me?
Sure.
Oh, meaning I sent the letter, I've spoken, I'm on very good terms with my neighbors. So yes, everybody knows about it.
And nobody raised any objections?
No.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's move to the next one, which is calendar number 143-22-S. And I believe we have Counselor Roberto Martinez on this. So I'm going to make sure we have who we need, and then I'll read the department's recommendation. And if anyone is on to object for this matter, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
I'm trying to promote Roberto Martinez. Can you please accept the prompt that comes up to be promoted as panelist? Otherwise, you can just unmute your mic. You're allowed to talk as an attendee.
We should have Enrique Prado as well.
Chairman, we just have Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
We have Enrique Prado now.
Great, and I see Roberto's unmuted. Yeah, is that Roberto?
Yes, good morning. Attorney Robert Martinez. I was having an issue with my mouse, so I couldn't connect, but we're on now.
Okay, great. Are you with Enrique Prado, or do we have the applicant?
Yes, of course. The applicant is here in my office.
Okay, perfect. Good. Then I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation, and then we'll get going. So for calendar number 143-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. Okay, Councilor Martinez, go right ahead with an intro and we'll get your applicant sworn in.
There we are. I was trying to get that camera active. Can you see me? All right. Go ahead.
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
All right, this is Attorney Robert Martinez appearing on behalf of Enrique Prado for the address at 5325 West Belmont Avenue. We are here today to present to the zoning board a special use regarding the establishment of a hair and beauty salon located within 1,000 feet from an existing personal service, and the subject property is a B3-1.
Okay, great. Mr. Enrique Prado, could you please state your name and address?
We should have a Spanish interpreter if anyone is available.
Oh, is there a translator with you?
So what was your question again?
Yeah, Mr. Prado, do you want to use a translator or do you want to go in English?
That's okay. Let's do it in English.
Okay, great. So will you please state your name and your address?
Okay, my name is Enrique Prado. My actual address is 3133 North Linden, Chicago Avenue, 60641.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm going to swear Joe Ryan in as well. Joe, will you state your name and address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And we recognize your expertise based off of many consistent past appearances.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep. Okay, Counselor, go right ahead.
Okay, this property is improved with a two-story brick building. The bottom is situated with a nail salon layout, and upstairs is a single residence apartment. Present in my office is one of the partners of Mr. Prado, actually the only partner, his paramour, Miss Maria Zavaria, and she will be the person in charge entirely of the nail tech and also of the salon. So she has been working at another location nearby pursuant to a lease, and this location became available as of 2 years ago. So they decided to purchase it and move along with the process in obtaining their license.
Okay, great. So just to clarify, so Mr. Prado is just the owner. He's not a stylist.
He is just the owner. He's not a stylist, correct?
Okay. Can you remind me of the main stylist name, and is she with you?
Maria is here present with us, partner of Mr. Prado, Maria Zarabia. Zarabia.
Great, thank you. And I want to swear Maria in just so it's on the record in case we have questions for her as well. So Maria, will you please state your name and address?
My address is at 3331 North Linden.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Counselor, I think our questions, if you could just have your clients go more in depth into their past experience, owning and or operating a salon or past experience with hair. I'd also like to hear if they intend to employ more people at the salon, and what the hours look like, things like that.
Of course, I'm gonna ask you, please put in up the interior layout of the building, please. Okay, Maria, please tell us, when did you start cutting hair and when did you obtain the licensing to do this on your own?
I do the hair for a long, like almost 20 years. And I have my license, I think it's 2006.
Okay, and does that license also authorize you to do nail tech?
Yeah, my license is a cosmetology license. I can do everything, hair and nails and the skin.
Okay, so when you say everything, you mean hair, nails, and skin. Can you tell us about your experience with nails?
I can do the manicures and pedicure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and for hair, I do everything, color, hair.
And how long have you been working in Chicago in this industry?
In Chicago, I have almost like 20 years.
Okay, almost like 20 years.
Mhm.
And where is it that you were working before?
I work is 5209 North Kimball.
Okay, and you were working there at someone else's beauty salon?
No, it's my Enrique Salon.
Okay, so it's you and your partner salon?
Yeah, it's my partner.
And how long have you had that salon for?
I have, it's for 15 years.
Okay. And it's your interest to now utilize your own building and move forward there.
Yeah.
At the salon that you have now, how many chairs are there?
I have two stations.
Two workstations.
Two workstation and one station for pedicure and manicures and facial.
Okay, so you employ how many people there?
It's only 2 persons.
So yourself plus 2 additional
Yeah.
stylists work there, a total of three people.
Mhm.
Okay, now can you tell us about your plan here in general?
When I wanna move to the new location, to expand my business.
And you're gonna bring your 2 employees with
Yeah,
you?
because
Okay.
they work a long time too.
They've been working a long time with you, all right. Would you plan on bringing on other stylists to
Yeah.
work with you? Okay, can you tell us about how many chairs you have here?
And this, we wanna put 4 stations for hair and 4 for pedicure and 3 stations for manicure.
Okay, so this place is substantially bigger. Let's say it's double of what you've been
It's
working at.
double than that I work.
But here you own the building.
Yeah,
So do you think that this will be financially viable for your business?
yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Maria. And Counselor, can you get Joe Ryan on as well? And then we'll go to the board for any questions.
Yes, of course. Mr. Ryan, can you please tell us about your credentials?
Yes, at your request, I looked at the property and examined the 5 criteria for this board to approve a special use. I found and examined each of the criteria and found that it does meet the criteria for the Zoning Board of Appeals to grant the special use.
Great, thank you. Okay, any questions from the board? All right, Counselor, unless you have anything else, I think we're good to take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Prado and Maria. Enjoy your weekend and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, we're going to go now to the next matters. Calendar numbers 144-22-Z and 145-22-Z. We'll be looking for Counselor Rolando Acosta. And meantime, if anyone is here to object on these matters, please just raise your hand. And Counselor, we just promoted your client
Thank you.
Once we see Andy on, yep, I think you can go ahead and get started.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today is Andy Ato, a manager for the applicant, and Andrew Wang, the architect for the project. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you wish to swear them in at this moment.
Yeah, we can do that. So, Mr. Ato, will you state your name and address, please? And you're on mute. There we go. We should have you now. I see you unmuted. If you're there, Mr. Ato, just state your name and address. Yeah, he's having sound issues. Maybe try calling in.
Mr. Ahito, I think when you were joining the Zoom from your phone through the Zoom app, it asks you if you want to give permission to use your microphone and speaker. So you're supposed to do that, but I guess you can't hear me now.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, do you want me to give my opening and swear in Andrew while Mr. Ato?
I can hear now.
There we go. Perfect.
Terrific.
Cool. Great. Mr. Ato, will you state your name and address?
Yes. Hi, Andy Ato, 1144 West Newport Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thanks. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Is Andrew Wang on as well?
Yes.
Great. Andrew, can you state your name and address?
Yes, Andrew Wong, 5639 North Tallman Avenue, Chicago, 60659.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you. And counselors, will Fred Young be on?
No, he is not.
Okay, that's fine. So you can go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This property is at 1220 West Draper. It is on the north side of Draper, just west of Racine. It is currently improved with a 4-story building that occupies the western portion of the lot and a 2-car garage that occupies the rear eastern portion of the lot. The parcel itself is 60 feet in depth, so it's substantially substandard based on a Chicago basic standard Chicago lot. It is 50 feet in width. The existing building is also somewhat unique in Chicago in that the basement is more than half above grade. So the basement counts towards the building's FAR. The property is currently zoned RS3. The existing structure is above the maximum permitted FAR. The applicant wishes to occupy, it has an attic that has been unoccupied previously. The applicant wishes to expand the 4 existing residential units into the attic. And for that reason, the attic will then exceed even the existing FAR. And we have requested a variation to allow an increase in the FAR of 8.81% so that the attic can be used as part of the 4 units. In addition, there is an existing addition to the building that you can see on this image. It's kind of in the back, sort of a lighter gray color that provides the rear access, rear stair to the building. That addition is to be demolished and a new rear open stair is to be constructed. The garage is also to be demolished, and then a carport with a roof and a roof deck is to be built that would be adjacent to that new open stair. That because the applicant seeks to have the connection giving access to the roof deck coming from the open stair, we require a rear yard variation for that purpose. And also because of the rear yard variation and the location of the carport, existing garage and carport, we need a side yard variation, reducing the required side yard from 4 feet to 0. The carport will be in the same footprint as the garage and will be immediate, as you can see here, immediately adjacent to the roof deck. Hence, those are our two. The hardship is caused by the substandard depth of this lot, as well as the location of the two structures, and the applicant wishes to rehab generally this building to improve its structure. We have met with the Wrightwood Neighbors Association, which is the community group for the area. We also met with the immediate neighbors and also the alderman, and we have no objections. I believe there is a letter of support from the alderman in the file that references the Wrightwood Neighbors meeting and approval of this application. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to get Mr. Ato and Mr. Wang to affirm their affidavits and respond to any questions that the board may have. Andy, I prepared an affidavit which you reviewed and signed, and if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
And also, you heard my introduction to this case. Do you concur with everything I stated in that introduction?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Wang, you are the architect for this project?
Yes, I am.
And I prepared an affidavit which you reviewed and signed for this matter that summarized your testimony. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, we are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Great, thanks, Counselor. Any questions from the board?
No, I just want to make a comment. This is Commissioner Toya. Thank you, Counselor, for pointing out that you met with the Wrightwood neighbors and the alderman and the neighbors. That I really appreciate that, because you go deep, and I like when we're communicating with everybody. So thank you for doing that.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments from the board? All right. We'll take this under consideration. We've got what we need here. So thanks everyone very much for your time.
Thank you. Have a great day and a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, well, let's jump to calendar number 146-22-S. This will be Kendrick Brooks. And while Mr. Brooks gets situated, I'm gonna say if there's any objectors, please just raise your hand. We'll get you promoted. And I am going to ask Nancy Radzovich from the Department of Planning and Development to read this recommendation since it's pro se. I'm promoting someone named Nicole. Let's see, Nicole, are you promoted?
Yes, I am.
Great.
Good
Okay,
morning,
Nicole.
everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. So can you just let us know what you're doing here today, if you're objecting or otherwise?
Yes, I'm objecting to building a barbershop at 8128 Southwestern.
Okay. So Mr. Brooks, what this means is because you don't have an expert, because there's objection, you're going to be required to get an expert. So we're not able to hear this matter today.
Okay.
If you give our staff a call, Chicago ZBA, they'll give you more information on what you need to do now that there is an objector. But meantime, we're going to have to continue it until July, and that's July 15th, 2022.
Okay.
And I promise we'll get you all the information you need to go forward then. And no further notice will be given. And this goes to the objector as well, that we'll hear it in July. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks very much, everyone, for your time. Again, we'll hear this matter on July 15th, 2022. Okay, we are going to go now to calendar number 150-22-Z and 151-22-Z.
Yes,
Council-
Mr.
Yep, we-
Chairman,
Gotcha,
my
Tom.
name for the record is Tom Moore, and I should have Michael Clancy and his architect, Michael Ryan, as witnesses.
Yep, I see a mic. I'm not sure which one. Let's make sure we get both. Yep, we have both, Counselor.
Great, thank you. Would you please swear them in, and we'll tell their story?
And if there's anyone objecting on this matter, please just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. So first, Michael Clancy, could you state your name and address?
This is Michael Clancy. My address is 10556 and 10560.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so Mike Ryan, will you state your name and address?
Is Mike Ryan here?
Oh yeah, I see Mike. Mike, you're just on mute.
There we go. Sorry about that. Michael Ryan, 4535 North Kenneth Avenue in Chicago.
Great, thanks, Mike. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Perfect. Go right ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. So Michael Clancy, you're a builder who concentrates building single-family homes in the south side of Chicago, is that right?
That's right, that's correct.
And you've appeared in front of this board on similar requests in the past, is that right?
That's right.
And on this occasion, and with this particular, you look for lots where you could build a nice family home. And in this particular instance, you actually found this home in the demolition court. Is that right?
That's correct.
And rather than allow it to go forward and be demoed, you purchased it with the hopes of using the lot to build a new home or homes. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And it turns out that this is the biggest lot on the block. It's an R2 lot, and R2 lots require 5,000 square feet to be a standard lot. But this one actually is a double lot. It had 10,600 square feet. Is that right?
That's correct.
And most of the houses on the block are fairly modest. And so you decided you'd like to build two fairly modest homes. And by splitting the lot, you would have two 5,300 square foot lots, which would still be more than the standard lot in an R2. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And but in terms of practical difficulties, there is no alley here, so you have to put the garage in the front. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
But, well, I mean, have to. It works better for everybody because then you don't use the whole lot to have a driveway and use up the whole yard. So in order to have a rear yard, you need to put the garage in the front. And as a matter of fact, many, if not most of the houses on the block do have garages in the front. Is that certainly all the new ones? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And so when you split the lot and put the garages in the front, your doors are lined up with all of the buildings to the north, but the garage is out a little bit further, but it also lines up with all the buildings to the south. So there's actually 12 buildings to the north and 13 to the south. And this lot really was kind of a transitional lot in terms of the setback in the front. Is that right?
That's right. Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And so we're asking for a side yard variance and a front yard variance. But the result will fit right into the neighborhood, and the houses, the two houses you will build will be similar to and reflective of the other houses on the block. Is that right?
That's right. That's correct.
And you actually talked to the neighbor on either side, and in your side yard variance, you put between the two houses, so as not to affect at all the existing houses to the north or to the south. Is that right?
Yes.
And you actually met with both the neighbors to the north and the south, and you actually went out, the neighbors, the Ryans, no relation, you met who have the house to the south, and you walked it with him and showed him exactly where the house would be. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And you'll be 5 to 7 feet off, 5 at one part and 7 at the rest, off your lot line, and they are a similar distance off their lot line. So the houses will be 10 or 12 feet at least between them. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And once they understood that, they were happy with it and said they supported you. Is that right?
Definitely. Yes.
And I also talked to the Tristan at the 19th Ward, and the alderman had no objection as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you hired Mr. Ryan, the architect, and asked him to design these houses. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant these two variances. And if you're to continue to testify, you testify consistently with them. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
Mr. Mike Ryan, you're the architect on this project, is that right?
Yes.
And you have testified before this board before, is that right?
Yes.
And would you tell the board what the practical difficulties that cause us to request these variances is with regard to putting these two houses on these two lots?
I think you already summed that up pretty well, Tom, with your testimony with Mike. We have designed the houses to carefully fit within the block in the context, and with no alley access. This design was worked out to optimize fitting into the neighborhood and being a great development for Mike.
Okay. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief. Both of these gentlemen are available for questions.
All right, thanks very much, Counselor. Any questions from the board? Okay, thorough application. We've got what we need, so we will take this under consideration. And thank you very much, everyone, for your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, let's go now to calendar number 152-22-Z. We're going to stay with Counselor Moore. I believe we may have an objector on this matter. So again, if you're objecting, just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And I'm promoting a couple people right now. Great. Yep, you just got to accept the promotion. Okay, so before we get started on this one, I'll just give a rundown on how we take these when there's objectors. So first, the applicant will give their case in chief. We'll swear in the witnesses, and we will ask the applicant questions based on their case in chief. Then we'll move over to the objectors. I'll swear everyone in. And you'll be able to make your objections. We just ask for that there's no repetitive objections. You know, it's truly quality over quantity. Meantime, when you make your objection, you are able to ask questions of the applicant. So feel free to do so. After we talk to all the objectors, we'll move back to the applicant for a rebuttal and for a closing, should they wish to do so. During this whole process, the board can ask questions as they please. So with that, Councilor Moore, you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you very much. I have two witnesses here, Frank Bomber, who is the applicant, and Chris Dossi, who is the architect.
Great. So Frank Bomber, will you state your name and address? Frank, are you with us? It's showing you as unmuted. We just can't hear you. Okay, Frank, as you're figuring out your sound, because we can't hear you, I'm going to swear in Chris Dossi. So Chris Dossi, will you state your name and address? Chris, you're on mute.
Sorry, my apologies. My name is Christopher Dassey, architect. My office address is 5930 Holman Avenue, Suite 200, Hammond, Indiana.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do, sir.
Great. Thank you. Okay, do we have Frank Bomer? Frank, I just showed you as reconnecting the audio. If you unmute, let's see if we've got you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can. Will you please state your name and address?
Thank you. Frank Bomer, 67 Sheridan Avenue, Clarendon Hills, Illinois.
Thank you so much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, Counselor, go right ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Bomber, you're experienced longtime developer builder in the area, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to obtain this lot, and it's on a street in Old Town that does not have an alley, and it also is a very short lot, 102 feet, so about 23 feet short of a standard lot. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, given those practical difficulties, you hired Mr. Dossi to design a plan that would build a building that really fits right in with the other houses up and down the block. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to the neighbor immediately to your north. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's your understanding he had no objection. And you've talked to a lady named Dee Thompson, who has a couple of the buildings to the south. And it's your understanding she has no objection. But apparently you heard a rumor that there might be others who are objecting, but we don't know who they are, and you haven't been able to talk to them. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But it's your intent here to build a building that complies with all the ordinances and regulations of the city and fit right into the block, typical of the buildings on the block, except that because of these two hardships, you need these variances to make it work. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
And the because it's a short lot and there's no alley, you had to put the in consulting with your architect, you had to put the garage up front. Several or most of the houses, certainly the ones to your south, have similar arrangements. Is that right?
Yes, they do.
So again, you think this is typical and going to fit right into the block?
Consistent with other new buildings on the block.
That's right. And then Chris Dossi, you're an experienced architect who's testified many times before this board. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I have.
And will you explain to the board what problems you had in designing this house and why we need the variances?
First, the lot is short in the sense that it's only 102 feet deep. The other issue is that the front yard, or there's no alley access. The alley terminates about 4 houses to the north. So we would have to do a driveway access on this property. The minute we do driveway access, we would have, and to make this plan work, we would want to ramp down into to have the cars ramp down into the garage. Unfortunately, to make the ramp down work, we need to pull the house back further than what's typically on the block as far as the older houses that are older buildings, but where all the newer buildings have pulled back. So we're being consistent with what the new construction is on the block. The other issue is that because it's RM5 and we have this what greater than what would be considered the average front yard setback or what of the older buildings, we need to encroach on the rear yard to basically make up for our FAR loss, and also to keep the building, the front line of the building at a matching cornice height. So those are the different changes and challenges we've had. Many of the buildings to the south of us that are new construction are very similar as far as the setback requirements. So the north half of the block that where the alley is a different character. And then the south half where there is no alley access, we would be more in character by going with a variance than if we were to go with the straight zoning ordinance.
And as a matter of fact, you and I did a little study and pulled, and not that the board is in any way bound by precedent, but just to show that the houses to the south have similar problems, and we're consistent with, your solutions are consistent with the recommended, the reasonable solutions. 5 of the 9 houses or lots to immediately south of this lot have side yard and rear yard variances similar to the ones requested here. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And as a matter of fact, we made a hearing exhibit where we have a copy of the zoning map showing that, with the green striped lines show when this board has granted a variance, and we pulled those actual reports and summarized them, and we have pictures of those buildings. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant these variances. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes, I would, sir.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief.
Okay, thanks. A couple clarifications, and then I want to open up questions for the board. But Counselor, is there, so on the plat, it like shows that there's a 10-foot vehicular access in the rear of the property. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I'm
no,
sorry.
So does it abut the other property in the rear, or?
Yes, it does. It does abut another property to the rear.
Okay. Okay, and then can you go a little bit more in depth on the need for the side setbacks?
Okay, so when we have this size building and what we're doing, we're going to a 4-story building. So what happens is the wall thicknesses increase dramatically. And so that eats out of the interior space of the building, combined with the energy code. which requires a minimum of 4 inches of foam insulation. So our walls have, to make that height, they meet the structural requirements, increased substantially. So we're trying to keep the bedrooms as practical depth as possible. If we were to go 1 foot less, our center bedroom on the second floor would go down to 8 foot wide as opposed to 9 and change. If you go to the second floor, please. One more slide. So the bedroom number 5, we're at 9 feet and change. We would be forced to go down to 8 feet and change.
Okay, so that 1 foot setback reduction is to bedroom size to some extent.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, well, I'm sure the board will have some more. Let's move the process over to the objectors to hear their concerns. So first, I always just say, is there someone who wants to lead it off? We've got a few people, so I just want to give you guys the option to choose. Okay, I'm going to go with who I see first, which is never the best way to do it. But there's a Matthew Blauvelt.
Sure.
Great, Matthew. Can you please put your name and address?
Sure. My name is Matt. Last name is Blauvelt. I live at 1530 North Wheeland. So I am the property directly behind 1531 North Park.
Great. And do you swear and affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And sorry, Mr. Blauvelt, 1 second. I'm muting everyone who's not speaking. If you're not speaking, please just mute yourself. There's some feedback. Okay, Mr. Blauvelt, go right ahead. What brings you here today?
So I'm concerned with how far the house is coming back to us. The house directly behind us in one south of the proposed property literally goes all the way back to the lot line, and it's over a deck that's usable space. That actually goes up to 19 feet. So basically, if you were to do the same structure directly behind me, I would be boxed in from the back with literally no light. Directly to the south of me is a new construction, actually, which you can see directly behind me, which is I believe an 8-unit building that it's maxed out. And that goes actually all the way to the rear lot line as well. That wall is 10 feet tall. And so literally the 2 properties directly south of me go all the way back to the lot line, and one has 19 feet and the other has 10 feet. So literally I have no light in my first floor. In my second floor, if you were to create the same type of property directly south, that would actually, literally I would have no air and no light in my top 2 floors. I'm sorry, my bottom 2 floors. So, and with the R5 zoning, you know, the R5 zoning is considerably better than any other zoning you're getting out there. So it's not like they're not getting a lack of square footage in the property.
Okay, thanks. And you know, I'm gonna direct a question to the architect just based off of something you said for clarity for us. Mr. Dossi, can you explain what's going to the lot line? Because I know that the rear setback is to be reduced to 19.6, but it appears like there is some construction going to the lot line. You're on mute.
My apologies. So we have a raised patio at the rear. So in RM5 zoning, the rear yard does not start till 5 feet above grade. So we have 3 feet of grade, and then we have a patio that's raised that we have part of our basement goes out underneath. So
okay. Can you describe the raised patio a bit, like what the construction will be, what type of materials, etc.?
The perimeter of the raised patio would be masonry, and then the patio itself would be porcelain pavers. So it looks like it's a tiled surface.
And how high above grade?
It's allowed, the maximum it's allowed to be is 5 feet.
And is it at 5 feet?
Yes.
So the house is at the 19.67.
Yes, the main part of the house. The existing building, I've done the math. The current rear yard from the rear porch, the existing rear porch, the rear property line is 24 feet right now.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Blauvelt, sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to
No problem.
clarify a few things. Do you have any questions for the applicant or any other objections before we go to the others?
Sure. So when you described that he's saying it's 5 feet above grade, but then they're going to build a deck on top of that. And essentially, just like the property directly south of the proposed property, they have then built up a wall, and it's like 60% brick. And then the other is wood slats. It's essentially a 19-foot wall. So I assume that this is going to be 5 feet above grade, but then they are going to build a patio above that, and that patio will block literally, there's probably another 10 or 12 feet above that, which will block all the light and air into my house. I would have no objection if it was 5 feet and then there was nothing there. But they're going to build up walls from this patio on the side, and it will then block all my light and air.
Would you like me to respond, sir?
No, you can on rebuttal, I think.
Okay. So I'll address it if that answers his question.
Yeah, if that's Mr. Blauvelt, was that a question?
It's a statement.
Yeah.
It's really a statement because I can show you pictures of literally, it would literally be a wall. It's essentially a wall, even though they're saying it's a patio.
Okay. Yeah, and how high is this fence, Mr. Dossi?
The wall, it's the patio, the top surface of the patio has to be at 5 feet. That is the zoning code. Then we have masonry walls that do extend around the perimeter. We are going to go to 3 feet. That is the code requirement for a guardrail for the building code. So the wall would be 8 foot. We have not applied for any screen walls on this property. That was not the intent at all. So we're not looking to do a screen wall. We have not applied for that.
And am I allowed to speak?
Yep, you are. You're still up, Mr. Blauvelt.
Thank you. So, and that was the case on the house directly south of me. That was the same thing. And then they reapplied down the line, and then they put that up. And it literally, I'd be looking into my 2 main floors would look straight into a wall. And that's why I worry about it. And with the R5 zoning, it's not like the builder is not allowed to build a significantly big house. What is the square footage of the house?
The house is 4,175 square feet, not including the basement. The basement is an additional 1,700, so we'd be at 5,800 square feet.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Blauvelt, unless you have anything else, I'm going to move to another objector.
Sure. Thank you for my time.
Yeah, thanks so much for your time as well. Okay, next on my screen is Miss Ina Elterman. And Miss Elterman,
yes.
Can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Ina Elterman. I live at 1532 North Wieland in Chicago. My property is diagonal to this proposed construction. I'll try to keep it brief, and as you've requested, different from what Matt had spoken to.
Thank you. And sorry to interrupt. I just want to swear you in. So can you,
yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I do find the building as it is on the picture there aesthetically pleasing, so I appreciate that. They did reach out, as they've stated, to the neighbors to the north and to the neighbors to the south, D. Thompson, as they have mentioned. Curiously, D. Thompson is scheduled to purchase this property from them in July and continue building on. So obviously she would have no objections. So I think it's important to note. They did not reach out to their immediate neighbors behind them, to Matt and to us, did not provide any contact information for us to reach out in advance. There were no architectural drawings provided to us. They did not reach out to our block club. In their own words, they're experienced in these matters. So I made my conclusions why those choices were made. I will allow you to make your own. Moving on to my specific objection. So my building is east-west facing. On the east, obviously, I block my own. So my, to start off, my objection is to the rear setback. I'm fine with all the other requests they're making. I think they make sense and I have no issues with them. So with the setback, so I block my own light from the east as sun comes up, obviously. Then to the southeast of me, the city has allowed a 13-story hotel to be built. And, you know, that went against all codes, hundreds of objectors. Our alderman had said that he does not care what we have to say in one of the meetings. So that went up, you know, blocking anything and everything. Moving on to the south, there's the building that Matt had showed you that also blocks our light, that got administrative adjustment. And, you know, there was no hearing, no option for us to say anything. And my question is, why have the code if somebody can just have an administrative adjustment, then just make that the code? It just all seems to be a joke. So this is my last and only sliver of light that's coming from that angle over there. We have a garden in the back. We have multiple species of birds. And I mean, we're talking garden, the 10 feet that I do have. You know, we are growing plants for our kids. We have birds. We have some feeling of this being a family home, okay? I pay the amount in taxes that's 50 condos pay at Sandberg Terrace. That's the amount of taxes I pay. And they actually have lots of green space and they have lots of open space. You know, I will now get nothing. And my footprint is minuscule. We're actually smaller than the standard lot. So this is all we got. Just a little bit of green. There are no playgrounds anywhere in the immediate vicinity, in our neighborhood, in Old Town, on this side of North Avenue, nothing. This is all we have, just like that little 10-foot patch of green. So this will all die out and be gone with the Chicago rains. It just starts to just rot. And obviously the rats take over. That's a whole other issue. So that's my issue with that light being blocked. I ask you to please deny the rear setback. If you choose not to do that, then I ask you to at least to do a sun study by an independent person. I was asked to do that when I was building my house. And again, it's important that it's not their architect is doing it, but somebody independent is engaged in that. But obviously, my first hope is that you simply won't allow that. And also, if you continue with the sun study, that will give us an opportunity to get an attorney, something we just never had a chance of because we got a notice about a week ago, had no access to plans. And I would like to conclude with by saying that I was in Santa Fe last week, and that city is so uniform, and the construction is so beautiful. And I asked somebody, how do they manage to do that? Why are there no developers who are building, you know, these buildings that are just different and out of place? And they just shrugged and they said, well, we have a zoning code. We do too. I just want to remind you that we have the code and there was a reason why we have it, right? So I want to thank you for your time. And I don't think I have any questions per se, but obviously happy to engage in the conversation.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Alterman, for your time. And, you know, got another hand raised. I'm going to go to Andy Carter. Andy, so when you unmute, if you could just state your name and address.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Great. Name is Andy Carter. I live at 1536 North Wieland.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'll keep my comments short. It's sort of two things. One, the philosophical issue of asking for the variances, and then two, as it relates directly to the 1530 property that we already heard Mr. Blada talk about. So we'll take the second point first, actually, because I know you don't want duplicative testimony, but I've been on the street and I've watched them slowly get boxed in, right? So this is it for them. And so in part, my objection is just having watched what's happened to my neighbors, right? It shouldn't happen to them again, where they get essentially screwed again by variances. And that gets to the second issue, which is the philosophical issue, right? And so if the developer had come in and bought this property and then somehow magically the lot lines changed, yeah, I would get it. If the developer came in and then somehow the zoning changed after they bought the property, yeah, I get it. But that didn't happen, right? This property was purchased with full knowledge of the zoning, it was purchased with full knowledge of the lot size, right? All these things were known. And now the developer is coming in and said, and the quote is, they need the variances to make it work, right? Now, we know that that's not true physically, but that's true financially. So what they're saying is, I haven't seen any numbers, they haven't disclosed the numbers. What they're saying is that unless they can build this property, which is roughly 5,800 square feet total, including the basement, right? Unless they can do that and get these variances to have the thing built out, unless they can do all that, it's just not going to work financially. Great. Show us the numbers of what you paid for the property, what's going to cost to build, and what you could sell it for under what you are asking, versus having it fit the zoning that you knew full well of, right? Having it fit that zoning, what you could sell it for under the laws that actually, or the zoning rules that actually exist. Because I can tell you, I don't live in a 4-story house. I live in a 3-story house, right? Somehow made it work. So just because essentially, this is the classic case in the city, I've seen it over and over again, right? Where the developer cries poor, but again, they knew all this when they bought the place, right? So it shouldn't be on the neighbors. We shouldn't take on their financial miscalculation. Essentially, that's what it is. So in terms of the side variances, whatever, I'm not complaining about that. I'm complaining about the variance going to the back because that's a problem. They shouldn't get the variances. It's a problem for the people at 1530, Mr. Blavitt. And as we all know, camel's nose under the tent. You say, I'm not asking for putting anything up today. I'm not asking you to, have some variance for fencing or whatever, but we all know what happens, right? You take a little bit today, you take a little bit tomorrow, and before you know it, you're done. So I've said my piece. Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Carter. And I'm gonna ask a question that comes to mind based off of what you just said, back to the architect. Can you go into a little bit of an explanation or just a summary of the decision behind making this a 4-story home?
Yeah, we went and looked at the comps in the neighborhood. It's 3 stories of the main building, and the 4th story is just a doghouse. Again, we're looking at the comps in the neighborhood of what's selling. So to sell the property, you have to be marketable, you have to match the comps.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah, who's speaking?
This is Andy Carter again.
Yep, Andy, you're still up. Yep.
Right. Okay. So I guess the question is then, so the developer's contending that, and I wasn't caring about the stories, right? I was caring about the back variance, but the developers or the architect is contending that you cannot profitably sell a 3-story building in this neighborhood. So I would love to see some evidence of that, right? Because again, I live in a 3-story house, right? The neighbor's house next to me to my south is also 3 stories, and they moved in less than a year ago. So that house magically sold. And so again, I didn't have the issue with the height, but to claim that, 3-story buildings don't sell, which is your implied argument, I think that's not true in this neighborhood. And again, this all goes back to the developer saying we can't make this work unless we get these variances. And so, great, show us a study that shows that if you don't get that extra footage in the back, that the house is not going to be profitable to sell? Because I think what it is just not as profitable, right? And therefore, the neighborhood shouldn't suffer because of your financial either miscalculation or whatever.
Great, thanks, Mr. Carter. And I see other hands being raised. It's a little bit outside of our process to circle back, but I'm going to go to each of you to see if there's just something new. So first hand was Mr. Blauvelt. So go ahead, Mr. Blauvelt.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one other thing. I think when the zoning was put there on an R5 lot where you could actually build the deck almost to the back rear, the lot line, that was also with the basis of there's an alley there. So you've got light and access and air that can get through the alley. Well, unfortunately, we don't have an alley. So building your above ground deck all the way back to my lot line is not really what I think the zoning code had in mind. It's not really made for our street because we have a very unique street that doesn't have an alley.
Yep. Thank you. And Miss Elterman, you've got your hand up as well. And then
yeah, super quickly. I also own a 3-story property at 1426 North Park. So right there. So there is no problem with this 3 stories on either one of our blocks.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other objectors present who haven't spoken? Okay, I'm promoting. There's a hand, so I'm 1 second. I'm promoting to make sure. Okay, Colleen Murphy, when you're on, just state your name and address, please. And you're on mute, Colleen.
Okay, sorry, didn't click. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. If you could just state your name and address.
Yes, Colleen Murphy, 1530 North Wieland. I'm trying not to overlap with many arguments, but I wanted to draw.
Oh, that's okay. And sorry to interrupt you, but can you do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, yes.
Great. Okay, go right ahead.
I'd like to draw the attention to the board for 2 main points I think that are being overlooked here. This is a developer that's coming in for financial gain. They are not City of Chicago taxpayers. They bought the lot. It was an existing 3-flat with nice people that lived in it that we were friendly with and got along well with. They were our neighbors. We looked out for each other. And now this developer from the suburbs comes in, knocks down the 3-flat, and now says, hey, I need a variance and to make even more money than I'm going to make on this massive house. So when you look at the law, I'd like the board to look at the law is clear. The burden is to show 3 factors: that there's no negative impact on the other people in the community, that the character of the Old Town community itself is not affected, and most importantly, that there's that they have a hardship, and it can't be a self-created hardship. The board knows this. This is a for-profit hardship that they've developed here on their own for their own financial gain. When you look at the law, Lincoln Central versus Zoning Board, the Chicago Heights case, 196, elapsed 2nd at 17. Somebody built a hospital and they didn't allow the hospital to build a parking lot because it was foreseen that they would need that when they were building the hospital. And when they went and bought the land to build the hospital, they didn't allow the variance because of that. They knew this. They knew this going in. Why should their financial gain trump the present residents of the street and allow them to block all of our air and light? Most importantly, though, we have 3 little boys and they have severe asthma. They need air. I have a building directly south of me with vents pointing at the bedroom that this board has allowed. I have the house north to me within a foot of my windows. And I have a hotel going up in front of my house. The only lights I'm going to be getting is my back deck. So unless they're meeting that criteria, which is required, by law, they should not be granted a variance. And that's what I want this board to look at. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Yep, thank you very much, Ms. Murphy, for your time. We appreciate it. Any other objectors, or else we're gonna stick to process and we're gonna go to the applicant for rebuttal and closing. Okay, so Counselor, I'm moving back to you for rebuttal. Please make your rebuttal, then I'm gonna open up the to the board for additional questions. And then short closing if you wish to do so.
Tom?
Tom, you're on mute.
I apologize. So can I ask Chris Dossi a couple of questions?
Sure, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Blavelt and Mr. Carter speculated that there will be, you know, that what you're planning is not what's going to be built. The plans that you, and that Mr. Carter says, well, we all know what happens later. This board could limit the application to the plans submitted, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So they have the power to give, but they have the power to limit. And so if they limit these plans, you then, without coming back to the board for another variance, you couldn't just add, I think Mr. Blavet said 19 feet of brick wall or whatever. You'd have to be bound by these plans. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you said that this building would only be 5 feet further back than the existing building. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it'll still be 19 feet. The building, which would block light, it will be 19 feet off of the rear yard. Is that right? Off of the rear lot line.
Correct.
And the building across the, on the other side of the lot line, that some of our objectors are from, two of them at least, that building is also set some distance off of their lot line. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have any, could you just estimate of what that might be?
Looking at the aerials, it's probably only about, it's smaller than our yard currently. It's probably only about 10 feet. And the property at 1532, I was able to look up with the zoning ordinance there, the zoning ZBA approval there, and they reduced their rear yard to 8 feet.
Okay. So both of those are
substantially less than ours, than what we're proposing.
Okay, but if you add the 19 to the 10 or 8, there's going to be at least 30 feet between the buildings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And the sun goes across the southern sky. So in your opinion, is this going to actually block any light or air to the buildings across the lot line on Wheeland Street?
No.
And we're not asking for a height variation, is that right?
No, we're not.
Will you explain what a doghouse is?
Doghouse is basically a small little room at the top of the stairs. And because we have RM5, in this case, we're able to put, we have a small area of room. It only goes of the width of the building. It's only about 18 feet wide, deep across, so that we have a small pathway to get across from front to back. Okay. And it doesn't take the entire width of the building. It doesn't go the entire front back of the building. Basically, the access provide elevator access and stair access to the roof.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of the architect at this time.
Okay, great. And sticking to process, again, we walked through our process at the beginning, so I think everyone is clear on it. Are there any questions from the board?
I have one question for the architect regarding your opinion that that this building is not going to block the light and air of the buildings in the rear. Can you tell me what that opinion is based on?
Based on the zoning ordinance puts in, like for courtyard buildings, they specifically point out that they want 30 feet between the buildings, and we'll be providing that 30 feet between ours and the neighbor's setback. So it would not be based off the zoning code that's written. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, thank you.
And on that note, and I want to keep questions open for the board, but did you consider any type of sun study during your build, or was that discussed during the plans?
We did not think it would be an issue. We did not do one because we are, again, the nature of the neighborhood, both North Park and the Wheeland side, the properties do encroach on the rear yards. They do encroach on the side yards. Is again the current character of the new construction in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And my next question, it's kind of a re-ask, but just hoping to hear more of an argument for the hardship as it relates to the north setback. I know we talked about bedroom sizes, but is there anything else the board can consider as hardship for that?
Well, the existing building is on the property line, so we are providing more than what's existing. And actually, the building's on property line, both the north and the south. So we are increasing the setbacks and increasing the light for the neighbors compared to what's there now.
And does the fact that you have to put a garage in front and the garage has to be a certain width, does that play in? Yeah.
Yes, it does affect it, along with the fact that we're providing an elevator because the elevator takes a substantial portion. So we're fighting both a garage and an elevator, and it does affect the interior room layouts. The elevator, given the 4 stories, is a pretty common request now, especially for older buyers.
Other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Could the architect please describe or explain once again why the back deck is elevated 5 feet?
It's allowed per the zoning ordinance. What we did is the zoning ordinance in RM5 allows you to raise it 5 feet. So that what we did then is extend part of the basement under that deck.
So the basement is completely under the deck?
Yes, and the reason that is because the basement gets pushed back because of the garage.
And the basement is effectively elevated above grade, is that correct?
No, it's not above grade. It's still held 5 feet underground, or a minimum, it has to be 50 feet, 50% under grade.
And what percent is above grade?
And the above that, yes, is a typical Chicago basement, where it's greater than 50% in the basement, but it does have windows at grade level.
So in fact, the building construction is occupying that rear portion of the yard.
The basement portion is. There is no upper portion of the building occupying that rear yard.
Great, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, Counselor, we've got a lot here to consider. Sticking with our process, though, I want to offer you the option to do a brief closing.
Very briefly, I understand that the fears of the neighbors that they've seen other buildings that have changed and changed their the area around them, and there's a fear that this one will further box them in, as one of them explained it. But there is a plan here. The plan is reasonable. The plan is consistent with the variances and the hardships discussed. And without speculation, the board can limit this to the plans that are before the board. We'd ask them to do that, and we'd ask you to based on all the evidence, to grant these very reasonable variances requested. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone, for your time, and everyone for all your statements. We really appreciate it, and we will be taking this under consideration. I'm going to call a 15-minute recess so that the board can take a break. That brings us back to 11:05 a.m. Central. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Okay, great. See everyone at 11:05.
11:05.
Sobia Sultana, do you have a quick question?
All right, welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this May 20th, 2022 virtual meeting, of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. I'm a yes. We're back. So we're now going to be moving the calendar numbers 153-22-Z and 154-22-Z. Councilor Barnes, let us know if we have you. In meantime, I'm promoting the counselor. Meantime, if there's anyone to object on these matters, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted as well.
Good nearly afternoon, Mr. Chairman. You have me now.
Great, great.
And I think it looks like you have the rest of our team as well. So with no further ado, if it's okay to start.
Yep, go right ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Once again, good nearly afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks located right here in Chicago. I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant 2042 West Irving LLC. Here with me today, we have the managing member of that LLC and the applicant, Mr. Gabe Horstick, as well as our most brilliant project architect from Space Architects, Jay Keller. So, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases you, before I begin, we could maybe swear in the witnesses.
Yep, absolutely. So, Mr. Gabe Horstick, will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, hi, thank you for having me. My name is Gabe Horstick. I live at 2136 North Racine Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thanks. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jay Keller, if you're on, will you state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Jake Keller. I'm one of the principals of Space Architects and Planners, and our offices are located at 2149 North Tolman in Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I'm sorry?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Okay, Alec Greenberg, I see you as well. Will you state your name and address?
Hello, my name is Alec Greenberg. I live at 860 West Blackhawk Street.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thanks. And Counselor, will we have Tess Sakalias?
No, I think Jay's gonna be the sole witness on behalf of the architect team.
That's correct. Thank you.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Yeah, and for introduction, I'm sorry, I didn't see Mr. Greenberg had joined us as well. He's a part of the development team. He's a project manager with Mr. Horstick. So thank you for also including him. So the subject property, as you can see on the image above, is situated mid-block on the north side of Irving Park Road, just west of the Six Corners intersection between Damon, Lincoln, and Irving Park. Towards that end, one of the kind of unique conditions affecting the subject property is that this segment of Irving Park Road was actually recently designated as part of the Six Corners Retail Pedestrian Street. So it carries some very specific design guidelines in addition to the bulk and density standards under the zoning ordinance for the underlying zoning designation. Another interesting fact that goes with that is that that pedestrian street designation actually ends about 200 feet to the west at Hoyne Avenue. So if the subject property was located just a little bit more to the west, we wouldn't have those additional design guidelines. The reason that's relevant is because it is part and parcel with one of the variations with which we are seeking here today, and that's the variation which is kind of backwards from what we're used to. We're actually asking that this board grant us relief to provide a larger front setback than would otherwise be required on a pedestrian street. under the pedestrian street guidelines, all of the buildings should or are intended to be oriented towards the sidewalk and either directly abutting the sidewalk or at a maximum 4 feet 11 inches off the sidewalk. As I'll get into in a moment, one of the very specific conditions that we were asked to meet to obtain and solicit community support and aldermanic support for this proposal was that we set back the front of our building at least 5 feet. So that does trigger one of the required variations. Another just kind of interesting topographical condition for this property is really the predominant pattern of development on this particular block of Irving Park. As you can see from some of the images that are in your records, it's pretty diverse. There's a row of low density, all residential buildings, including the subject property, which is presently improved with a 2.5-story residential building that's been vacant for and abandoned for quite some time now. So there's kind of this row of those homes right in the middle, and then some more commercial and mixed use developments that kind of move out towards the bookends. And each of these buildings are kind of oriented very differently on their site. So it creates a very distinctive pattern of development with both setbacks, scale, and the such. So as a result, and in an effort to kind of continue to embrace and that pattern of development, this particular community that is it's Alderman Matthew Martin, as well as the North Center Neighborhood Association and the North Center Chamber of Commerce, they've adopted their own kind of distinct design guidelines for new improvements in this part of the neighborhood. And unfortunately, there's no deviation or no relief that an applicant can seek from those community standards. But I kind of like it because it does really make this a collaborative effort. So in addition to just the predominant pattern of development on this block and the fact that we are on this P Street, there were 5 conditions we were asked to meet for support of this proposal by the community. And those 5 conditions also created a lot of the hardships over which we had to overcome in creating programming for this site. Those 5, and so as a matter of background, we actually started this process just about exactly a year ago. And we started with Alderman Martin and his 47th Ward Zoning Advisory Council, as well as with the North Center Neighborhood Association and the North Center Chamber of Commerce. We had several meetings with these various groups. And believe it or not, we started a year ago with a completely as of right plan. It was a little bit taller and a little bit wider, and again, kind of brought up towards the front of the property. And it did have additional dwelling units, but they were a little bit smaller. So we started with that, but again, due to community guidance, we revised the programming to what you have before you here today. That exact plan package that is here before you today is also the subject of a underlying type 1 zoning map amendment. So we are not allowed to deviate at all from these plans. Otherwise, we would have to go back through the process all over again. And the plan you have before you here today does have the unanimous support of Alderman Martin, the North Center Neighborhood Association, and the North Center Chamber of Commerce. As well, we have continued to actively engage with those other residents in those neighboring houses. And in fact, I actually received a phone call from one of them this week, just wishing me luck and thanking us for making these revisions. So with that, the hardships that we kind of had to overcome was one of the conditions the community wanted was that 5-foot setback. That triggers the one variation. As well, they wanted us to inset the front of the building on each side, as you can see in this image. So we did that, which necessarily narrows the front of the building, which kind of makes us push back a little farther with the depth of our building. That is even further frustrated by the fact that although we're allowed under the current zoning ordinance to go another story higher, so 5 stories, pursuant to the community conditions, they wanted us to cap it at 4 stories. So by shrinking the height of the building, we necessarily had to lengthen the building a little bit. And therein, we also were asked to provide larger dwelling units. They wanted an overwhelming majority of the units in the building to be 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom. So we have a 4-story 20-unit apartment building that will be 70% of the units will be 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. And as well, last but not least, the community also wanted us to provide some at least 50% off-street parking for the new building, because there is a parking deficiency a public parking deficiency in this neighborhood. Even though we are a transit served location, so we could have asked for a further reduction in the parking. By providing that parking, we did so interior in the first floor of the building. So that rear setback that you see, it says we're reducing it down to 2 feet. That's only for the first floor of the building. So it's very consistent with the other detached garages on this particular block that are all oriented the same. So it's really just for our garage. The 2nd through 4th floors of the building will actually be set back 23 feet off the rear property line. So a really meaningful setback. And that again was necessitated by having to have floor plates that have these 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. So that's how we arrived here today and kind of what we had to overcome in getting programming that worked and that was compatible with the pattern of development, but also embraced by the community. So with that, unless there's any preliminary questions for me, I'll get my witnesses on to corroborate everything. And then
Yeah, I think having corroborate, we don't need repetition. It was a good lengthy intro. So like, just make sure we don't repeat.
Sure, of course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Horstick, if you can just go back on the record, please.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And Mr. Horstick, you're under contract to purchase this property, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're here today with the consent of the current owner seller, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And you personally participated in all of the community meetings and you've actively engaged with the community throughout this entire year-long process, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And as the chairman said, I gave a pretty detailed summary of kind of what has evolved in that 12 months. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with all of the statements I've made thus far?
Yes, it would be. Thank you.
And to Mr. Horstick, prior to the hearing, you were provided with a copy of the findings of fact, as well as submitting an affidavit on your behalf. Would your testimony also be consistent with the statements that were made in those materials?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. Mr. Keller, can you please go back on the record as well?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And so as to not reiterate all of the conditions and hardships that you had to overcome in revising the programming for this, would you two generally corroborate the statements that I've made in my summary as accurate and kind of some of the conditions that you were working with and around in creating the programming for this proposal?
Yes, I would.
And in doing so, Mr. Keller, is it your professional opinion that even though we are seeking relief, that all the relief we are seeking, we meet the standard for that relief under the current zoning ordinance?
I agree, yes.
Thank you. And lastly then, Mr. Keller, if you were to continue to as well testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with what I've already said? And then as well, the findings of fact in your own affidavit that were submitted?
It would be.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for Mr. Greenberg, although he was also very actively involved in the community process. Oh, and sorry, Mr. Keller, once more, last question. You as well were personally involved in the community process over the past year, is that right?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We'd be happy to entertain any that you may have.
Great, thank you so much, everybody. Any questions from the board? Okay, we've got all the information we need here. So we'll take this under consideration and we appreciate everybody's time today.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having us. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Enjoy the weekend. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go now to calendar numbers 156, 22-Z and 157-22-Z. So I believe this is Counselor Nick Fatikas. Nick, so whenever you're on, let us know. Meantime, if anyone is here to object, just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And if you're on a phone, just remember it's *9.
Okay, Chairman, it's Nick Fatikas. You can hear and see me?
Yep, I can.
I should have two witnesses, Roger Guzlis and Bruce Abora.
Yeah, let's see if we've got them. I see Bruce.
I'm
here. Roger as well.
Perfect. Okay. Well, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 19th Street Associates, LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 946 West 19th Street. The subject site consists of a substandard zoning lot that measures 25 feet wide by 100 feet deep. The property is improved with a 2-story, 2-unit residential building. However, during our zoning review process for this project, the applicant learned that the first floor unit had actually never been properly established as a residential unit. To the best of our knowledge, the first floor had actually functioned as a tavern until the mid-1990s. The unit was converted to a residential unit by the prior owner by at least 1998, which was when the applicant purchased and actually took control of the building. And the unit has remained residential ever since, which is consistent with the underlying RT4 zoning district. The applicant is now proposing to construct a new porch and stair system at the rear of the building, which would replace an older, frankly, poor condition existing porch and detached garage. Mr. Chairman, we included several photos of the existing building and the existing building conditions right there with our findings of fact submittal to further establish that point. The applicant's plans include a new detached 2-car garage, which would have a roof deck above it. So in order to permit these improvements, the applicant is seeking variations to reduce the rear and west side setbacks and relocate open space to the roof deck proposed above the garage. We have two witnesses again available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Roger Guzlis, and our project architect, Mr. Bruce Abora. And with that, I'd like to call my first witness.
Great. So we're going to start with Roger, Nick?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. Roger, can you please state your name and address?
My name is Roger Guzlis. My address is 2017 South Hoyne Avenue, 60608.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Roger, you are the manager of the applicant, 19th Street Associates, LLC?
Yes.
And as I stated, that entity owns the property at 946 West 19th Street, right?
Yes.
And the property consists of a single zoning lot improved with a 2-story, 2-unit residential building?
Yes, it does.
And you're proposing to construct a new porch and stair system at the rear of the building, which again would replace the existing rear porch. Is that right?
Yes.
Your plans also include constructing a new 2-car garage and an open stair to a roof deck above the garage. Is that right?
Yes.
In order to permit these improvements, you're seeking to reduce the rear and west side setbacks and relocate the required open space on site. Is that right?
Yes,
And provided the board grants the relief, your plan is to continue to lease the 2 residential apartments on the open market.
yes,
And you've provided the board with the economic analysis summarizing your cost projections and anticipated return. Is that right?
I have, yes,
Roger, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would.
Thank you very much. My next witness chairman would be Mr. Bruce Abora.
Thank you. And Bruce, can you state your name and address?
Bruce Obora, 9616 South Winchester Avenue, Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
And Bruce, again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you've testified in that capacity previously in front of this board, correct?
Yes.
You designed the proposed rear porch and stair system and the new 2-car garage at the rear of the subject lot. Is that true?
Yes.
And is it your professional opinion that the substandard 100-foot depth dimension, together with the footprint of the existing principal building, create the practical difficulties or particular hardships in this case?
Yes.
And with respect to the setback reductions, that relief specifically allows you to align the new porch with the existing building. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And that's again because the existing building already encroaches into the west setback, right?
Yes.
And with respect to the rear and open space request, again, it's a direct result of the 100-foot lot depth dimension, correct?
Yes.
And that's because we simply don't have any additional lot area to work with.
Correct. Yes.
And still, though, it's your professional opinion that the resulting improvements will be consistent and compatible with the neighboring residential buildings?
Yes, I believe they will.
And by making these changes, the applicant will be able to improve his building and meet the demand in the rental market. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it is.
Bruce, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would be.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about the proposal.
Great, thanks, Counselor. Any questions from the board on this one? Okay, we've got all the information we need, it sounds like, so we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks everyone for your time.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's go next to calendar numbers 158-22-S and 159-22-S. As Counselor Tyler Manick gets situated, I'm gonna read the department's recommendations, and I'm also gonna say if anyone is here to object on either of these matters, please just raise your hand and we'll make sure everyone is promoted. Okay, so for calendar number 158-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed expansion of the existing adult use recreational cannabis dispensary, provided that number 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Mocha LLC. Number 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. Number 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans dated May 19th, 2022, prepared by Interform Architecture Plus Design. And number 4, the security film on the Milwaukee storefront is clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, and one more, Tyler. We're going to take these together, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and read the department's other recommendation. So for calendar number 159-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed expansion of the existing medical cannabis dispensary, provided that number 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Mocha LLC. Number 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. Number 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans dated May 19th, 2022, prepared by Interform Architecture Plus Design. And number 4, the security film on the Milwaukee storefront is clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. Mr. Chairman, I just want to confirm that all my witnesses are on. So can I read them off so that we can check them off?
Yep, we can do that, and I can help you a little bit with that.
All right, the first witness would be Matt Gallagher. Are you present?
Present.
We've got Matt Gallagher.
Danielle Drummond,
Yep, we've got Danielle on too.
James Andrews,
There's someone signed in as the address. I'm not sure who that is, Tyler, but 2367 North Milwaukee is the Zoom name.
okay, I'll move on from James because I don't anticipate calling him. Steve
Okay.
Lennett,
I'm promoting Steve from attendees now.
thank you. Louis Abuna,
Yeah, Louis Abuna is here, and I signed in as with the address.
Great.
Andrew Lines,
Yep, we've got Andrew.
Tim Levon,
We are promoting Tim right now.
and then Taufik Lassisi.
Yep, we've got topic.
And the final one would be Will Harder.
Promoting Will right now.
Thank you. Do you want to swear them in now since we have everyone's attention?
Yep, absolutely. So I'll just swear everyone in, Counselor, and then you can decide if there's people you don't want to take.
Okay.
You don't need to take. So first up, Matthew Gallagher, can you state your name and address?
My name is Matthew Gallagher and I live at 4014 West Patterson Avenue.
Great, and you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Tim Levon, will you state your name and address?
Timothy Levon. My address is 416 West Surf Street in Chicago.
Thanks, and you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Taufik Lassisi, will you state your name and address?
My name is Taufik Lassisi. I'm at 9017 Mansfield Drive in Tinley Park, Illinois.
Thank you, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Danielle Drummond, will you state your name and address?
Danielle Drummond, 25 Owen Croft Road, Boston, Massachusetts.
Great. Thank you, Danielle, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. James Andrus, will you state your name and address?
I don't think he was present, Mr. Chairman.
That's right. Andrew Lines, will you state your name and address?
Sure. 4925 North Trip, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, last, I believe last, definitely not least, Will Hartner, will you state your name and address?
Will Harder, 805 Cypress Court, O'Fallon, Illinois.
Thank you, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And I'm remembering, not on my roster, but we've got Steve Lynette. So Steve, will you state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Steve Lennett, and my address is 501 North Clinton Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, perfect.
Mr.
Counselor?
Chairman, and you got me too, Louis Abuna.
Sorry, Louis, will you state your name and address?
Yes, Louis Abuna, 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois.
Thank you, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great, we've got the whole team here. Counselor, you can go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The applicant here is seeking a special use permit to expand the existing medical and adult use cannabis dispensary at 2367 North Milwaukee, 2847 West Fullerton, in order to better accommodate its customers and patients. Essentially, the applicant seeking to reconfigure the floor plans in an existing dispensary. The applicant was granted a special use permit in May 2015 to operate a medical cannabis dispensary at this location and has been operating a medical cannabis dispensary here since 2015. When the city amended its ordinance to allow adult use cannabis sales, the applicant commenced these adult use cannabis sales at this location on January 1st, 2020, and has operated a dual purpose adult use cannabis and medical cannabis dispensary at this location since then. Prior to filing the special use application, the applicant has worked with Alderman Laspada throughout this process, has worked with Logan Square Neighbors Association and the Logan Square Chamber of Commerce, as well as engaged in the ordinance mandated 3 community meetings, both virtual and in person, and has not received any objections from any of these meetings. The applicant seeks to reconfigure their floor plans within this existing building to better facilitate customer flow. The primary changes is making the Milwaukee frontage the sole ingress and egress for customer and patients. Fullerton would be limited to employees in a restricted access area. The sales floor would be moved to the Milwaukee side instead of Fullerton, and it would be expanded from the existing 980 square feet to the 1,980 square feet that is currently being proposed. They're going to be removing the recessed area on the Milwaukee side, which will conform with the Milwaukee P Street designation. They're adding a new vault in the basement, and they're reconfiguring the restricted area to give a manager's office and a better break room and seating area for the employees. With this presentation today, the applicant has engaged a certified land planner, Steve Lennett, who researched our proposed special use in the context of its location and the area around it. And he's here to opine that this proposal will have no impact on the use and enjoyment of the uses surrounding this property or the immediate area. The applicant has also engaged Mr. Abuna as their expert traffic consultant, and Mr. Abuna has prepared a report that's been submitted to the zoning board and is here also to testify that this businesses will not generate traffic or parking that would be incompatible with the area. And finally, the applicant has engaged Mr. Andrew Lyons, an MAI licensed appraiser, to research the surrounding area. And he is here to opine. He prepared a report as well that was submitted to the zoning board, and he is here to opine that this use would not be injurious to the surrounding property. With that, I'm going to call Mr. Gallagher as our first witness. Mr. Gallagher, for the record, can you state your name?
My name is Matthew Gallagher.
And what is your relationship to the applicant?
I'm the general manager of Mocha.
And what is the intended purpose for this property?
Well, we want to improve the space as a usable area for sales. We also want to improve the customer experience in terms of the efficiency of the flow, and then also the safety as well.
And is it the applicant's intent to have similar operating procedures with this proposed change in the floor plan as what is currently utilized in the past?
Yes, it is. We have procedural compliance and state regulations that we have to follow that are pretty strict, and that won't change. The flow of the space will be updated for safety and convenience, and that's about it.
And how many people are employed at this site?
So we currently have 53 employees.
And do you anticipate with this proposed change in the floor plans to increase the job base at this site?
Yes, that's all determined by the sales increase that we'll see. But we're planning to see at least 60, probably 60 plus by the end of the year, hopefully.
And can you just generally describe the changes in the floor plans at this location? Sure.
Yeah. So, right now the customers will enter on the Milwaukee side. They walk through a large 1,000 square foot bar area that is a non-usable space, for the dispensary right now. From there, they'll go into a long hallway, and this is all before their ID is even checked, before they get into the sales floor or anything like that. So what we're proposing is to renovate that front area so it's easy to get in and out just of that area, and the flow will be a lot easier for the customers there, so they don't have to walk through the whole building, exit on the other side on the Fullerton Street, and then have to walk all the way back around to the Milwaukee side before they can get back to their car, all while carrying their products, the entire time. So that's where the safety comes in too, that they'll be in and out through the same side on Milwaukee, and it'll be a lot easier to get in and out as well.
And what will the hours of operation be with this business?
We're 9 to 9, 7 days a week, and that's how we've operated, and that will continue after the renovation as well.
And will the security protocols generally remain the same with the new building?
Yes, they will. The security guards might be in different locations because our check-in space will be slightly different, but again, we have to follow a lot of strict security compliance regulations, to have a license to operate in the cannabis industry, and that won't change.
And how do deliveries occur at this location?
Yeah, so the deliveries, we have a large garage door on the Fullerton side. So that will open up, and we'll have security check, validate the drivers when they come through and have them sign in on our log. The vehicle is completely enclosed in the delivery bay. And the garage door will close behind them. We will check all the products and make sure everything is compliant with the manifest that they provide. Count everything, look at all the products, and then when we're satisfied with the delivery and sign off on it, then the delivery driver will open up the garage door and they'll be on their way.
And this is how the delivery system has occurred at this property in the past? And
Yes, and we haven't had any issues or any safety concerns with the deliveries.
And the pickups will occur in a similar enclosed area?
Yes, yeah. So if we're doing a cash pickup, we have 3 a week that we do, and a security bank will come through, and we have about 10 minutes to get them in and out for safety concerns there. And they'll be completely enclosed in that garage area as well, and then they'll be on their way when we're done with them.
And it's anticipated that this change in the floor plans are going to increase the sales at this location?
Yes, increasing the sales and also the tax revenue that's associated with those sales.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Unless the board has any questions for Mr. Gallagher, I'll move on to Ms. Drummond.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Gallagher at this time? Okay, Counselor, go ahead.
Ms. Drummond, for the record, could you state your name?
Yes, Danielle Drummond.
And what's your relationship to the applicant?
I'm the Vice President of Social Equity for MOCA.
And what are your duties in that position?
To oversee our corporate responsibility in terms of donations and charitable giving, as well as to implement our social equity programming.
And you led the community outreach on this proposal, correct?
Yes, I did.
Could you just briefly describe that community outreach?
Certainly. So we did hold 3 meetings on March 2nd in Logan Square, and we received no objections during those meetings. We then followed up with the Logan Square Neighborhood Association, who we've had several meetings with over the last few months. 1, to talk about the plans and to get their feedback, which they didn't have any objections. And then 2, to plan out community engagement work that we'll be doing together. And then we also connected with the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, who provided us with a letter of support also for the renovations. And we also reached out to Logan Square Preservation.
And just for clarity, it's the Logan Square Chamber of Commerce that you met with, not the Chicagoland.
Yes, Logan Square Chamber of Commerce.
And they're all supportive, correct?
Yes.
And could you just briefly describe some of the social equity initiatives of the applicant?
Absolutely. So our work really falls within 3 areas of focus. One is community engagement, which I touched on earlier. And some of that work is done through our foundation, giving donations and charitable contributions to community-based organizations who are supporting work to keep the community healthy. We also are engaged with doing community education workshops and panels in the neighborhood, educating folks on cannabis, whether that's on consumption methods or the actual anatomy of the plant, or also on entrepreneurial aspects of the cannabis business. The second area of focus is really in small business incubation. And so we've been developing an incubator to help those social equity applicants who want to break into the cannabis business with mentorship, funding opportunities, as well as workshops to build their business acumen. And then the last area of focus is really on restorative justice. So really making sure that we are working alongside organizations who are providing wraparound services to individuals who were impacted by the war on drugs, specifically marijuana convictions. And so providing donations, as well as partnering with them on their employment initiatives. So we're also partnering to provide internships and educational opportunities to those individuals within the industry.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Unless the board has any questions for Ms. Drummond, I'll move on to Mr. Levon.
Any questions from the board for Ms. Drummond? Okay, no, thank you. Go right ahead.
Mr. Levon, for the record, could you please state your name?
Timothy Levon.
And could you state your profession?
I am an architect.
And you're licensed with the state of Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you prepared the plans that are subject to this special use request?
They were prepared under my supervision, yes.
And did you sign an affidavit that was filed with the findings of fact?
I did.
And are the statements that you made in the affidavit true and correct?
They are correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today that the testimony you prepared in the affidavit?
Correct.
And could you just briefly describe the build out that's being proposed here?
In terms of what aspect of it?
The floor plan.
So I think as Mr. Gallagher laid out, it was really an attempt to maximize the efficiency of the space, and then importantly, get the entrance and exit on the Milwaukee side, since that is the commercial side. It really is just a matter of reconfiguring for the maximum efficiency of the space.
And subject to the special use being granted, do these plans that you prepared comply with the City of Chicago zoning ordinance?
They do.
And do the plans comply with the City of Chicago building code?
They do.
Unless the board has questions for Mr. Levon, I'll move on to Mr. Lennett.
Okay, you can keep going, Council.
Mr. Lennett, can you state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Steve Lennett, L-E-N-E-T.
And what is your profession?
I'm a professional land planning and zoning consultant.
And can you provide some of your experience?
Yes, over the course of my experience, I have prepared comprehensive plans and zoning ordinances for a number of governmental entities, including Cook County, the Village of Peatone, Streamwood, South Barrington, Palatine, among others.
Mr. Chairman, I know that Mr. Lennett's been recognized an expert here before. Should I go any details in his credentials, or?
No, we recognize Mr. Lennett's expertise based off of the report we have and other past appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Lennett, what was your assignment for the applicant?
I was retained to make a professional assessment as to whether the proposed development at 2847 West Fullerton and 2367 North Milwaukee Avenue meets the standards contained in the City of Chicago zoning ordinance for a special use.
And did you prepare a report detailing your findings under this assignment?
I did.
And are the findings and observations you made in that report true and correct?
Absolutely are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the findings and observations you made in that report?
Yes, I do.
And you also signed an affidavit that was filed with the findings of fact, correct?
That's correct.
And are the statements you made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements you made in that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
And in preparing your report, you reviewed the surrounding uses and zoning of this property, correct?
Yes, I made an inspection on foot, walked the entire area, 500 feet, the surrounding area, in order to arrive at my professional opinions.
And you concluded that the proposed special use meets the criteria and standards of the Chicago zoning code,
Yes,
correct?
I did. That's correct.
And in addition to your personal observations, you also did research on the existing medical and recreational cannabis dispensaries in Chicago, Illinois, and across the 50 states.
Yes, I have reviewed literature on this matter, as well as going back and reviewing some of the other sites to which I've testified before the Chicago Zoning Board of Appeals, in order to verify that there has been no adverse impact from a planning and zoning standpoint from the location of these dispensaries.
And you also found that there was no schools within 500 feet of this location.
That's correct.
And you determined that there are no sensitive uses around this location that would be impacted by this use, correct?
That's correct.
And you determined that this use will maintain the existing character of the neighborhood in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design, correct?
That's correct.
And you also determined or concluded that the proposed use is compatible with the character of the area in terms of its operating characteristics, correct?
That's correct.
And by repurposing the existing building, it is your opinion that the proposed use will promote pedestrian safety and comfort, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually discerned that this use benefits the area by increasing foot traffic to this commercial corridor, correct?
Yes, it increases foot traffic as well as revenues to the various taxing bodies.
Unless this board has any questions for Mr. Leonard, I will move the Mr. Lyons.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lyons.
Mr. Lyons, can you state your name for the record?
Sure. Andrew Lines, Lines.
And can you state your profession?
Commercial real estate appraiser.
Mr. Chairman, I know Mr. Lyons has also testified before you.
Yep, and we have a report, so we acknowledge the expertise.
Mr. Lyons, what was your assignment for the applicant?
To prepare a report and an opinion as to whether or not the special use would negatively impact the surrounding area.
And was your report submitted with the findings of fact?
I believe it was.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today your observations and conclusions and opinions that you made in that report?
I do.
And those findings and opinions are true and correct?
They are.
And did you sign an affidavit that was filed with the findings of fact?
I did.
And the statements you made in that affidavit are true and correct?
They are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements you made in that affidavit?
I do.
And did you determine whether the proposed special use is in the interest of the public convenience?
I did.
And what was your conclusion?
That it wouldn't have any negative impact or detrimental impact on the surrounding community.
And did you determine whether the proposed special use would have any detrimental impact on the surrounding property values?
I do not believe that will have any detrimental impact on surrounding property values.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, unless you have any questions for Mr. Lyons, I'll move on to Mr. Abuna.
Yep, keep going. Thank you.
Mr. Abuna, for the record, could you state your name?
Louis Abuna.
And what is your profession?
I'm a traffic engineer.
And like Mr. Lyons and Mr. Leonard, does this board recognize Mr. Abuna as an expert here?
Yeah, we do. Mr. Laguna has been in front of us plenty of times before. We acknowledge that.
Mr. Abuna, what was your assignment for the applicant?
Prepare a transportation TOD study, look at the impact of the reconfigured dispensary on the transportation conditions, and evaluate the adequacy of the parking supply.
And did you prepare a report in conjunction with that assignment?
Yes, I did.
And are the findings and observations you made in that report true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And that report was submitted with the findings of fact, correct?
Correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the findings and observations you made in that report?
Yes, I do.
And you signed an affidavit that was filed with the findings of fact, correct?
That's correct.
And the testimony you provided in that affidavit is true and correct?
That is correct.
And you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provided in that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
And in doing your research for this assignment, you concluded that the traffic the proposed use would generate can be accommodated efficiently without an impact to the external street system, correct?
That is correct.
And you concluded also that there would be no parking related issues with this use?
There will not be. There is plenty of parking both on street and off street in the vicinity that can accommodate that demand.
Unless this board has any questions for Mr. Abuna, I'll move on to Mr. Harder.
Go ahead.
Mr. Harder, for the record, could you state your name?
Wilmar Harder.
And what is your relationship to the applicant?
I'm the Midwest Security Manager.
And what are your duties?
I oversee physical security needs for the company.
And how many dispensaries are under your supervision?
22 retail locations and 3 cultivation centers.
And you're familiar with the security protocols at the proposed dispensary?
Correct.
And can you just briefly describe what those are? Generally?
Yes. We have 2 off-duty police officers on site during all business hours. We do have control door access, regulating who is able to gain access into restricted access areas. As Matt was hinting at earlier, when it comes to deliveries, that is in a very controlled environment with our garage. Specific times that these deliveries are to show up, specific ways the cash and product is to be handled, dictated by our SOPs as well as IDFPR.
And the security protocols at this site, they've been approved by the state of Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And it's your opinion that they're customary in the industry?
Yes.
And do you believe that the security protocols that the applicant will have in place for this proposed reconfiguration are adequate to address any potential issues?
Absolutely.
Unless there's any questions for Mr. Harder, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation.
Great. Yeah, let's just say questions overall. Are there any questions from the board for anyone who has presented today? Okay, I don't hear any. Thank you for a detailed report. We've got all the information we need here, so we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the weekend. Let's jump to calendar numbers 160-22-Z and 161-22-Z. Going to be looking for Councilor Matthew Ali. And if anyone is on to object to either of these matters, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Great, Councilor, whenever you're ready. We don't have your sound though.
Charlie, we don't have your audio. I think you're using some wrong device for your microphone. In Zoom, you have to select the correct device.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, yep.
Great.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, working on a new computer. Sorry about that. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Alley with Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. Just to confirm, we should have 2 witnesses this morning, Thomas Delaney and John Joyce.
And we have both on.
Great, excellent. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm appearing today on behalf of 1743 W Lemoyne LLC, which owns the property located at 1743 West Lemoyne Street. The applicant is currently improving the subject property with a 3-story single-family residence with basement, for which the applicant intends to build a new accessory 2-car garage with roof deck. The already permitted and under construction single-family home required no zoning relief and is being built in accordance with the bulk and density standards of the underlying RT4 zoning district. Furthermore, the proposed accessory garage with roof deck is smaller than what can be built as of right on a standard city lot. However, the subject property here is a substandard lot measuring 24 feet wide and only 100 feet deep, which results in a compressed rear yard. As such, this would only leave about 3 feet of rear yard space between the principal building and the accessory garage structure. This 3-foot deep rear yard presents a host of issues for this project that the proposed variations seek to resolve by enclosing a connection between the principal structure and the proposed garage with roof deck. First, there's an issue of life safety. When you have ingress and egress from both the single-family home and the garage, as well as a stair access to the garage roof deck, all being compressed into this tight space. By connecting the garage, we are able to centralize and unify these multiple paths of traverse. Furthermore, by enclosing the connection, we are able to construct this with a higher fire rating of materials, further enhancing the life safety of the overall development. Second, there's also an issue of increased risk of water infiltration. With only 3 feet of rear yard between the 2 structures, this space is simply too narrow and shallow to provide sufficient ground coverage for drainage purposes. Rainwater would pool too quickly without enough permeable soil, which amplifies the risk of water infiltration into the home or garage. By connecting and enclosing this space, the development can alternatively provide built-in downspouts to properly catch and divert stormwater appropriately. Third, this lack of rear yard space would also present an issue of excessive and difficult maintenance to the ingress and egress and stair structures. Given how narrow the rear yard would be, there would not be enough light and airflow to sufficiently dry out these structures, which would cause more severe weathering and thus excessive maintenance, which would also be difficult to conduct given the narrowness of the space. Fourth, the lack of rear yard space presents the issue of seeking to provide outdoor space for the use and enjoyment of the future residents of this property. Given the substandard lot depth and the desire to construct an accessory garage in keeping with new construction, it is impossible for the applicant to satisfy the 12-foot diameter requirement for qualifying rear yard open space, and as such, alternatively seeks to provide over 450 square feet of outdoor space through the garage roof deck. And lastly, there is the issue of the safety and security of the property. The applicant has developed other properties in the Wicker Park neighborhood, and unfortunately, within the past 2 years, another single-family home development was broken into. This property was also substandard in depth, but was built without the variations being sought today. As such, there was a narrow gap of rear yard between the home and the garage, and even though this property was developed with security in mind, with the garage being built wide enough to prevent access off of the alley, security videos showed that the perpetrators were able to access the rear yard of a neighboring property, and from there, climbed the fence into the rear yard of the applicant's property. Once there, the perpetrators were sufficiently hidden from sight that they were able to take 15 minutes to methodically break into the home. They even had the time and confidence in not being caught to place a phone call to an accomplice to seek guidance on how best to break in. Accordingly, when the applicant was looking to develop the subject property here as a single-family home on a lot of substandard depth, he researched connected garages and found nearby properties on the 1600 block of West Pierce Avenue that had similar enclosed connections to what's being sought here. The applicant then raised this very issue with Alderman Hopkins, prior to proceeding with these applications who appreciated this security concern and has taken no issue with this proposed development. The applicant has also spoken with and has ongoing dialogue with both adjacent neighbors about the project, neither of which have indicated any concerns with the project. Therefore, in order to establish the proposed enclosed connection to the garage, the applicant seeks two variations. First, a reduction of the rear setback from 28 feet to 2 feet, and a reduction of the east and west side setbacks from 2 feet to 0.5 feet, which allows for the accessory garage structure to be connected to the residential structure. And second, a reduction of rear yard open space from 156 square feet to 0. However, it's important to note again that with the substandard lot depth and an accessory garage structure for motor vehicle parking, it's impossible for the applicant to satisfy the 12-foot diameter requirement for qualifying rear yard open space. The proposed development is in keeping with the character of the nearby neighborhood, as nearly all neighboring properties on the south side of the block are similarly non-conforming with respect to the rear setback and open space requirements. Furthermore, approximately 60% of neighboring properties also have accessory garages, and of those that do, approximately 77% have garage roof decks. There's also a similarly enclosed garage connection directly across the alley on West Julian Street. In conclusion, the requested variations, if granted, will facilitate a high-quality single-family home in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and are necessary for the applicant to overcome the hardship of the substandard lot and the life safety, security, and maintenance issues this hardship would create. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would now look to call my first witness, Mr. Thomas Delaney, if you could please swear him in.
Yep, and really quick, Counselor. So in the middle of that, we had someone raise their hand. So I want to just clarify, Ann Pinocchio, if you're here to object, can you unmute and let us know?
I am not here to object.
Okay, what are you here for, ma'am?
It was a mistake.
Oh, that's fine.
Raise my hand.
You don't worry at all. Okay, well, do you want to speak on the matter in any way?
I have no objections nor to this project.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the clarification. Okay, Counselor, go ahead. I'm gonna swear in both your witnesses right now for efficiency. So, Thomas Delaney, will you state your name and address?
Yes, Thomas Delaney, 444 South Lincoln.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And John Joyce, will you state your name and address?
John Joyce, 1374 North Wolcott Avenue here in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Go right ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to confirm, there are no objectors currently present, correct?
Yep, none currently present, but
okay.
I always just say they can raise their hand as they
Sure. And so with permission from the chairman, we would like to proceed with an abbreviated examination of witnesses relying on submitted affidavits.
Yep, I think that's fair, especially with the depth of the intro.
Great, thank you. Mr. Delaney, you are an authorized representative for the applicant 1743 W Lemoyne LLC for these variation applications, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have owned the property at 1743 West Lemoyne since June of 2021?
Correct.
Did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
I did.
And are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Delaney, do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, unless there are any questions from the board at this time, I would be ready to call John Joyce, the project's architect.
Thanks, Counselor. Let's call John Joyce and then I'll go to questions.
Great. Mr. Joyce, are you an architect licensed by the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
Are you also the project architect for the plans subject to these variation applications for the property located at 1743 West Lemoyne?
Yes.
Mr. Joyce, did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
And are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes.
Mr. Joyce, do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief. We'd welcome any questions or comments from the board regarding our proposal or the submitted findings of fact.
Okay, thanks everybody. Counselor, I don't know who it makes sense for to do best, but I'd like to just hear the argument for hardship a little bit more specifically in light of some of the arguments you made. One could say you created the hardship, right? Because you designed the home that pushes back into the depth of the lot. So can you talk around self-creation here?
Sure. So to be clear, I guess, Mr. Delaney, when you purchased the property, you did not create the substandard depth of 100 feet, correct?
No.
And I guess turning to Mr. Joyce, the principal structure, the single family home residence, is being built without any zoning relief at all, correct?
Correct.
And so that is observing the rear yard setback, correct?
Correct.
And in accordance with new construction, we are proposing an accessory garage that is in fact smaller than what could be otherwise built on a standard city lot.
Yes.
And with that, obviously the nature of an accessory garage structure is to facilitate the off-street parking of modern day vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And with this substandard lot, we nonetheless need to facilitate an accessory structure that can facilitate the parking and the turning radiuses required by modern day vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And with that, that condenses and compresses our rear yard space to having approximately 3 feet of rear yard space between the principal structure and the accessory structure, correct?
Correct.
And so therefore it is under the thinking that with new construction and the need to supplement a single family home residence of this quality, we need to provide not only an accessory parking structure for modern day vehicles, but also outdoor space on top of the garage, correct?
Correct.
And it is as a result of those two considerations, we are left with rear yard space that presents the issues that we are seeking to alleviate that I outlined, right?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, any follow-up questions to that?
Thanks. None for me, but any questions from the board? Okay, thanks, everybody. We'll take this under consideration.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good weekend. Okay, let's call calendar number 162-22-S. As the counselor, Zubin Kamula, gets situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. Meantime, if anyone is here to object on this matter, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed outdoor patio located on the rooftop of an existing restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 2301 Roscoe Hospitality, LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan and fire exiting plans dated December 18th, 2020. The second floor proposed occupancy roof deck dated August 16th, 2021, and elevations dated December 13th, 2017, all prepared by Jeremy G. Stanulis, licensed architect.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Toy. I'm going to recuse myself since I know this gentleman personally.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. We are promoting a Scott Tang. Scott, if you're able to speak, just let us know if you're objecting on this matter or are here otherwise.
Yes, I have some concerns.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else here to object? Let's see. Raise your hand, please. Okay, so for the counselor and for everyone else here, how we'll run this, because there's an objector, is the counselor will give their case in chief. The board will ask questions throughout this case. Then we'll move over to the objectors, and the objector will give their objection, ask any questions of the applicant, withdraw their objection, whatever they please. Then we'll go back to the applicant for a rebuttal testimony, more questions from the board, and then closing if they wish. From there, Counselor, I see you on, so go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Zubin Kamula. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Siegel and Moses here in Chicago. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant, 2301 Roscoe Hospitality LLC, doing business as La Sud, on an application for a special use to establish a rooftop outdoor patio at 2301 West Roscoe Street. Throughout this process, we've worked with the Alderman's office and local community groups. Our application includes letters of support from some adjacent neighbors, as well as the local Chamber of Commerce. We have two witnesses this morning, Mr. Chairman, Sandy Chen, who is the owner of La Sud, and George Kisiel, who's our land use expert, and I believe has testified before the board on many prior occasions. With that, I'd like to call Ms. Chen as a witness.
Hello, my name is Sandy Chen.
Hi, Ms. Chen. Will you state your address, please?
2301 West Roscoe Street in Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Counselor, go right ahead.
Hi, Sandy. Could you just state your name again and spell your last name for the record?
Sandy Chen, CHEN, 2301 West Roscoe Street, Chicago.
And you're the sole member and manager of the applicant at the 2301 Roscoe Hospitality LLC, correct?
Yes.
And the company does business as La Sud, that's correct?
Yes, La Sud Mediterranean Cuisine.
And the restaurant is located at 2301 West Roscoe Street?
Yes, correct.
And can you describe for us briefly the type of restaurant that La Sud is?
Yeah, we're a neighborhood restaurant with upscale, serving a Mediterranean influenced cuisine.
And how many years have you been in the restaurant business?
We opened in September 2018, almost 4 years.
But you yourself have been in the restaurant business for how many years?
My first restaurant I opened back in 1994. So about 30 years. It's been quite a long journey.
And the special use that we're seeking today is to comply with the zoning code to allow for a rooftop outdoor patio, correct?
Yes, correct.
How many employees does La Sud currently have?
Right now we have about 25 employees.
And what are your hours of operation?
We're open from 4:30 to 11.
And you currently have outdoor seating at the sidewalk level, correct?
Yes, on the patio.
And have there ever been any complaints or issues surrounding the operation of those areas?
No, we have not. Actually, the neighbors, they love the outdoor space.
And if this special use is approved, you will seek the required City of Chicago outdoor patio license for the rooftop, correct?
Yes, I do.
And if you were to continue your testimony today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit and all the supporting documents that were previously submitted to the board?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chairman, no further questions for Ms. Chen, and we would like to call our next witness, George Kisiel.
Great, thanks. Okay, let's go to George, and then I'll have a few questions. Members of the board might as well. So George, will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. George Kissel, offices at 141 West Jackson Boulevard in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And we recognize your expertise based off of many past appearances.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, George. Can you tell us what your business or profession is?
Sure. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates, again with offices at 141 West Jackson. I'm a licensed architect and certified planner with nearly 40 years of experience the field of zoning and urban planning.
And you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal to establish a rooftop patio in a B32 community shopping district at the subject property, correct?
That is correct.
And have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, your findings and conclusions? And is that report submitted previously and admitted into evidence?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for the approval of special uses?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, no further questions for Mr. Kisiel at this time, and happy to address any questions from the board as well as the objector.
Perfect. So I've got just a couple of questions for Ms. Chen. Ms. Chen, will the hours on the roof be the same as the restaurant hours?
Yes, it'll be exactly the same.
Okay, and it'll be seated meals, correct?
It'll be seated meals, yes, for dinner.
Great. Do you intend on having any music playing on speakers?
No, not at all.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, if I could also address some of your questions.
Sure, yeah.
So the Chicago Municipal Code prohibits music in outdoor patios. The applicant will 100% comply with that prohibition. Additionally, in Ms. Chen's affidavit, which was submitted as part of our application, I'd like to direct your attention to paragraph 4. The applicant has committed to entering into a plan of operation with the city's Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection. BACP, as you know, issues licenses and for businesses in the city. And the plan of operation that we've agreed to in conjunction with our prior discussions with the Alderman's office will have explicit language pursuant to which the applicant agrees to comply with the municipal code, not play music. So I just wanted to point that out. The hours of operation will also be restricted pursuant to that plan. So there will never be a scenario, for example, where there's loud music playing at midnight. The restaurant closes at 11. The patio will also close at 11. And we don't expect there to be any significant noise or any quality of life issues emanating from its operation.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
I'm going to move over to Mr. Scott Tang. And Mr. Tang, as a reminder, you can state your objection, you can ask questions of the applicant, and go from there. So with that, will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Scott Tang, 2303 West Roscoe Street, Unit 2.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, Scott. So what brings you here today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, if you could go to that first picture of the that was shown on the exhibit there. And we are the neighbors right next door on Unit 2. So you could see we are right there next to the balcony. We live on Roscoe Street. It's a residential street with small businesses, residentials, and outdoor patios. And we like Lasad. It's wonderful. We love the outdoor patios. It's just that when we purchased the place, our home 11 years ago, we did not expect to have an outdoor dining place right on our balcony up there. And you can see, obviously it's less than a feet away from a balcony. Now, I don't know about you, and I don't know the legal laws, but if you were, the only thing I think is, if you were in our shoes, we have a 10-year-old, there is no roof deck dining in any Roscoe Village place. And this was originally a B2 zone, which was then amended to a B3 zone, which allowed for this possibility. And we were against that from the beginning. We talked to the alderman. He agreed a number of years ago to just kind of hold and stay. And then I guess it got somehow approved for this new commercial. But because we live right next door, it is, if you've been in any outdoor patio, and I believe it's for up to 60 people, you know, complete with a bar, possible smoking and such. It gets noisy. You don't need music, but it does get noisy when you get people up there. And just given the close proximity of that, we've actually had, I could actually walk across, climb up on my balcony onto their deck. And so there's some concerns about, you know, privacy and security. But mostly it's the noise. Now, if this was enclosed, we have no problems, right? No issues there. If it was in enclosed buildings and it would have reduced access to the patio, that would allow us to get there. But because this is, if this was another part of the city and this is, they have roof deck bars all over, that's, one thing. But, for us, this is just philosophically a very difficult thing for us to take.
Yeah, Mr. Tang, what is the separation? It's kind of hard to see here.
Yeah, it's about 7 inches.
There's like a plant wall of some kind, or what is that?
Yeah, originally there was no, so that's meant to be a privacy wall. So it's a wire mesh covered with some fake ivy in there. So, I'm sure we could still see through that, but, I'm sure that could be addressed. But it's a wire mesh fake ivy screen.
Okay, yep.
And so
this is like, again, and sorry, this is like it's a front balcony, right?
This is our front balcony. We have wall-to-wall windows up there. It doesn't affect the 3rd floor as much. You can see that that's kind of blocked off over there. But for us, it's very open, and we could hear even at nighttime. At 11 o'clock, for some, they're getting chairs being moved. We could hear chairs being moved at nighttime. It's kind of unnerving, and this is like with nobody there. So sound travels, right, somehow, and we could hear just with the chairs. I would hate to see when it's fully occupied, and you've got a roof deck thing in our neighborhood, the first one in Roscoe Village for decades, right? And so I'm not sure, there's to be consistent with the rest of the community. We're totally fine with the outdoor patio space out there, but having that right next door to our building, and granted, we're just one person, we're one unit, and I'm sure other people would love to have that option to be out there, but we're materially affected. So we just ask that you take that into consideration, because it just seems, anyone who lives here, right, would, we didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, thank you. And does anyone from the board have questions for Mr. Tang?
Well, I have a question for anyone here. Is the rooftop dining, is that already being used?
No, it is not, Mr. Sanchez. It's just the roofing system was set up, but it has not been used at all, primarily because it's not licensed for liquor. In theory, the special use is required to get an outdoor patio liquor license. In theory, it could be used without liquor, just for the service of food, because the city doesn't license outdoor areas or rooftops where only food is offered, as long as that food is coming from a licensed establishment. But we have not used it because, just sort of in the spirit of cooperating with the neighborhood and our prior discussions with the Alderman's office, as well as local community groups, we felt that that was not the appropriate thing to do. I will also point out, when you're looking at that picture, you'll see just adjacent to that that privacy wall that Mr. Tang referenced, there's another wall that was constructed, and that was at the Alderman's office's suggestion, just to create an additional sort of sound barrier between the outdoor area and the wall of the, essentially, I think would, compromise the other side of Mr. Tang's residence. So that was taken into account to address potential noise concerns. We certainly understand Mr. Tang's concerns. We want to let him know that we've been a good neighbor in the community from day one. To the extent that privacy wall would need to be made a little bit larger or thicker, we're happy to do all of those things. The other thing that I'd like to point out is that the plan of operation that we will enter into is not final. So if there are concerns of Mr. Tang's that are not and have not been addressed, we can certainly put them in the plan of operation. We're very agreeable to that. From the initial discussions all the way to the end that we've had with all the various stakeholders, we've been open to all the suggestions. And again, there is not going to be a bar out there. There's not going to be music. If you look at our drawings, there's no fixed bar or portable bars that are ever going to be out there. It's just simply for dining and nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Before we move back to the applicant for rebuttal, Mr. Tang, do you have any additional questions for the applicant?
No, just, anytime there's alcohol served, which I understand that will be the case upstairs, right? It just gets loud, and the wall, the sound comes through the windows, right? Not through the wall. So you can have a 4-foot or 6-foot wall and it would still have the same effect, right? From a noise level. And so, if one possibility, I'm thinking, what would be, could there be an enclosure where you get, because we do notice that inside there's doors that open out. So if you look at that picture, so the French doors can open out for some air coming in. So that would be fine, right? That would be kind of an enclosure there. So that portion up at the top, you see with the windows on the second floor, we could see, something like that. But just having tables all the way, right there on the balcony. And if you've been into any of these rooftop, they just get loud, right? And so no matter how many noise mitigation efforts, right, it will come through if you've got wall-to-wall windows, and just all of the other stuff that comes through. So, if Roscoe Village had other rooftop bars and, and that was the flavor of the residential area, I could totally understand. But this is the first of its kind. And, I don't know if we want to set that precedence either.
Okay, great. Yep. Thanks, Mr. Tang. We're going to take this all under consideration. I want to move back now to the applicant for rebuttal and then questions from the board, since this might have sparked some more questions from the board. So, Counselor, if you want to do a quick rebuttal first.
Well, I want to just reiterate the comments I made earlier. We understand this is a unique situation for Mr. Tang. I just want to point out that we did reach out and get the support of other stakeholders, including 2 of the other tenants in the building. And just want to assure you that the nature of the operations here aren't akin to sort of a rowdy tavern. This is a very sort of upscale white tablecloth restaurant, and the patio is primarily for dining. Yes, people will be having alcohol, but it will close at an appropriate hour. And the zoning does allow for this. We did get the zoning for this location changed back when the restaurant opened with the support of all the required stakeholders, and we have secured the support of, as I said, local community organizations, and we will, as we have from the first day we started operating, be open to any suggestions or that would help to alleviate Mr. Tang's concerns. A plan of operation can certainly do that, and we're ready, willing, and able to do all of those things.
Any questions from the board?
I've got a question. This is probably best directed at Mr. Kissel. The objector talked a lot about this rooftop patio being an anomaly in the neighborhood. And can you talk a little bit about the characteristics of the neighborhood and why this patio would comport with the characteristics of the neighborhood?
Sure. So I think there's a bit of a mischaracterization when you call this corridor, this length of Roscoe, kind of between Damon and Western, a residential neighborhood. It isn't really. It's a commercial district. There's shops and restaurants in the ground floor, pretty much from Western all the way to Damon. The rooftop patio is a bit of a new addition, but it's not out of character with those uses. I do understand the objector's issue with his adjacency to this, but in a broader context, the Roscoe Village neighborhood in this stretch of Roscoe, this use and the rooftop certainly does fit in general with the character of the area.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Can we talk a little bit more about if the applicant is so willing to satisfy the concerns of the neighbor, why was this designed in a way that invades their privacy?
Well, I don't think there's anything intentional about this. It's just a proximity issue, and I think that's just something that you find with Chicago properties. They're built up right next to each other. I don't know if there's anything intentional about it being designed to invade his privacy. And we did put up the privacy wall. We're happy to sort of make that something more substantial. We also tried to reach out to Mr. Tang on numerous occasions and just haven't had any response back. And this is the first time that we've heard from him. And I'm not trying to throw stones here, but we've been completely transparent in with this application, with our licensing applications, in reaching out to the aldermen, to the Roscoe Village neighbors who who supported the project, and as well as the local Chamber of Commerce. But I don't think we intentionally tried to invade a space. It's just these buildings they're just next to each other, and I don't know. I don't know if I have a better answer than that for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then Counselor, you have the option to do. We've got a lot of information on this, but you have the option to do a brief closing. I'll leave that up to you.
I don't have anything further, Mr. Chairman. I think everything that's needed to be said has been said. And again, we do want to tell Mr. Tang, though, that if we're fortunate enough to get this approved, when we go to the licensing phase, I would be happy to work with you so that specific criteria are put into our plan of operation that we have to comply with before we're able to get a license. We happy to make that part of the condition of us holding a license, and hopefully we can address your concerns that way.
Great, thank you so much. And thanks everyone for your time today. We're going to take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, let's do one more and then potentially take a lunch break. So we're moving to calendar number 163-22-S. As Counselor Amy Degnan gets situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. If there's any objectors here on this matter, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. The Department of Planning and Development. One second, everybody.
There's a camera. Okay, so let's go with your camera here.
So quick confirmation, Counselor.
Yes.
This is not an outdoor patio included within the ARC, right? The ARC is just hoping to, the ARC has nothing to do with an outdoor patio, right?
That is correct.
Okay, we've got a misprinted DPD recommendation, so just give me a second.
Okay. Okay. I don't know why your screen is not coming on. Done.
Is the person named Paul Woznicki, or if it's someone else?
Yes, it's Paul Woznicki.
Okay, thank you.
Is Nancy Radzovich on? Or potentially Steve Valenziano?
I can try to contact.
Yeah, Counselor, you know what we're going to do here? So that the department's recommendation was misprinted. So we need to get that fixed. I don't think it'll take too much time once we get a hold of Nancy or Steve. I'm going to go to the next matter and then circle back to you. Meantime, I just ask that ZBA staff touch with Nancy in order to get this fixed, because I think it's just an administrative error and shouldn't be too tricky to change, but we can't go forward because it reads incorrect. It reads as an outdoor patio.
Okay, we understand. We are potentially losing an architect, so I would just hope they can locate Nancy quickly.
Okay, and I agree with you. So we're gonna do our best in the background.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very
Thank
much.
you.
Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go then to calendar numbers 164-22-S and 165-22-Z. I'm going to read the department's recommendation on this one. In meantime, if there's any objectors, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. All right. So for calendar number 164-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 5-story 53 dwelling unit building with roof deck and 27 parking spaces, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans dated May 17th, 2022, prepared by Dwell Studio Architects. So Councilor Warren Silver, let us know if you're ready.
I am ready. With me today are the representative of the applicant, Mike Raheny, our architect, Mark Peters, and our expert witness, land planner, Karim Moussaouir, with whom the board is well acquainted. We're here today with respect to this property. My name is Warren Silver, for the record, of counsel to the law firm of Brown Udell Pomerantz and Del Rahim. The applicant is 3443 North Ashland Landowner LLC. This is property situated at the southeast corner of Ashland Avenue in Cornelia. It's a pretty notable parcel because there's 200 feet of frontage, but only about less than 107 feet of lot depth. Although that's not an issue here because we are able, in this case, to respect the setbacks. The issue here is the residential use on the first floor and 1 extra foot of building height to accommodate an elevator override, a penthouse for that that is got more than 6'9" in clearance in it, but all the habitable spaces are in the stories below and well under that limit, the 60-foot limit in the B3-3 zoning district in which the property is located. The development is a transit-served location that's being developed with 53 dwelling units. It's approximately 57,592 square feet in floor area. There will be 27 parking spaces to serve those 53 dwelling units, but there will also be 54 bike spaces in a fully equipped bike room with workspace. In addition, this property is located, not only is it located directly on the number 9 Ashland bus line and the 9X Ashland Express, which are bus line corridor roadway segments specified in the zoning ordinance as linked to transit served locations. But we're also a short walk from rail transit at the Brown Line stations at Paulina, just north of Belmont, and at Roscoe, I'm sorry, just north of Roscoe, and closer to Addison, and at Roscoe and Southport, about 2 blocks away. So this is a very, very transit-rich location. We're seeking with this development to promote the pedestrian and transit use rather than automobiles. The market conditions, as well as the vision of the neighborhood for this location, is to have residential uses along these wider corridors that have a lot of car traffic as well as a lot of bus traffic. And this population will then help to support the commercial areas just steps away along Lincoln Avenue, heading up toward the Lincoln Belmont Ashland intersection. And as I mentioned, the height limit is 60 feet in the B3-3 where there is not commercial use on the ground floor. If there were commercial use on the ground floor, which obviously would also be permitted, then the height limit is 65 feet. So we're below that. So from a standpoint of impact, it's still not as tall as it would be as of right if we built something else. But because of the need for residential uses, housing across the city, and particularly in this neighborhood where demand is very, very high, we wanted to program the first floor as residential. We submitted proposed findings of fact substantiating that the standards required for the requested special use and the requested variation have been met. Supporting those proposed findings are affidavits of the applicant's representative, the architect, and our expert witness. The expert witness's land use report, and also, and particularly relevant is the a planning document that had been adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission, the Transit Friendly Development Guide, which favors developments like this in transit-served locations and corridors, and also a letter of support. We transmitted two things actually after the original transmission of the findings of fact. One is a letter of support from Alderman Tunney, for which we're grateful, and also a substitute plan set for the project that addresses some landscape issues that had been raised by the Department of Planning and Development just about a week ago. And those have now been addressed in the new plan set that was transmitted to staff. Hope you've had a chance to see it, and that I believe is part of what allowed the department to issue its favorable recommendation to the project. The main purpose in terms of the variation is in order to provide elevator service to a roof deck on the top floor, which is a valuable amenity, not just for this building, but for other buildings adjacent to this one that are under development by this applicant. And we wanted that roof deck to be accessible to people with mobility challenges who may choose to live in this building, as well as to everybody else. We've consulted with West Lakeview neighbors, as well as with Alderman Tunney's office extensively about these projects and this one as well. West Lakeview neighbors has indicated no objection. And as I indicated, we're very pleased to have received Alderman Tunney's support. And so at this point, Mr. Chairman, I would like to call our witnesses. And do you want to swear them all in at once or as they appear?
Yeah, I'll swear them all in at once, just for efficiency. So first up, I'm going to call Michael Breheny. And sorry if I'm mispronouncing that last name, but Michael, can you state your name and address?
Michael Breheny, 456 West Belden, Chicago, 60614.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Thank you. And Mark Peters, will you state your name and address?
Yeah, Mark Peters, Studio Dwell Architects, 1135 North California.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Kareem Musawir, will you state your name and address?
Yes, Kareem Musawir, 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear and affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Kareem, we acknowledge your expertise based off of many, many past appearances.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Okay, Councilor, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call for Mike Breheny. Mike, you're not direct manager of the applicant here. That applicant is 3443 North Ashland Manager LLC. But has that manager designated you to be the applicant's representative for purposes of this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As I described, the project is a transit-friendly project in a transit-served location with 54 bike spaces serving 53 apartments and 27 parking spaces because of the reduction in required parking allowed for transit-served locations in the zoning ordinance. Can you confirm that my description of the project was accurate?
Yeah, your description is correct.
You've determined to develop ground floor residential, not simply because you could get more rents, but rather because it's in keeping with the surrounding projects and surrounding development and the planning goals and neighborhood preferences with respect to residential development along transit corridors and busy vehicular corridors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The transit-friendly development guide, which we submitted along with our findings of fact, recommends this high-density development along transit corridors. Did you review and consider that in programming this project?
We did with the architect. Yes.
Okay, good. How does this project compare in scale and bulk to other projects that are in this area?
It fits height-wise and density-wise. On the other side of Cornelia, it's a 5-story building. The next 2 buildings over are both 5-story. The one right next to this that we're also involved in will be a 5-story building. So the density fits the entire block.
Okay. And without the special use, you couldn't have this density because you'd have to be programming commercial space on the ground floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does the market favor commercial space in this location, or would it?
The brokers we spoke to thought it'd be hard to lease a large commercial space in Ashland because there's not a lot of commercial uses kind of in the area. There's a lot of across the street, it's all ground floor residential.
Okay, so then it's not simply a matter of making more money. It's a matter of vacancy versus occupancy and eyes on the street, which enhances public safety. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then also, without the variation, you would not be able to provide access to the roof deck to people with mobility challenges. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the limitation on height is because of the need to program residential on the first floor and not commercial, as we discussed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you're simply seeking to take advantage of a large parcel that offers a substantial opportunity to the community to fill a strong need for more housing in a transit-friendly, transit-served location, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. And I would like next to call our expert witness, Kareem Musawir. Kareem,
Yes.
Can you just state your name and address again for the record?
Yes, Kareem Musawir at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
And your occupation?
Land use and zoning consultant.
And as the chairman indicated before, the board earlier in this proceeding accepted your expert qualifications. And can you please describe the task that the applicant engaged you to perform?
Sure. So the applicant engaged me to visit the site in the neighborhood to make a determination as to the structure and the proposed structure and use complying with zoning code relative to the variation and the special use.
Okay. And so as part of that, you developed a written report demonstrating your analysis of the site and the surrounding area and your opinions as to whether the standards of the zoning ordinance for a special use have been met. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that written report has been submitted to this board as an attachment to our proposed findings of fact?
It has, yes.
And we also, you also submitted an affidavit along with that report?
I did.
And if you were to continue testifying, your testimony would consist of the contents of that affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks very much. No further questions. I would like to briefly recall Mike Breheny to just, Mike, you also prepared and submitted an affidavit to this board. Is that correct?
I did.
And if I were to ask you to testify further, your testimony would consist of the contents of that affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I'd like to call Mike Peters.
Yes.
And say, Mark, are you there? Okay.
I'm here.
And can you, you stated your name and address when sworn in.
Yep.
Just quickly summarize your qualifications for this board as an architect.
Yeah, I've been a licensed architect for about 30 years, and our firm, Studio Dwell Architects, has been established since 2004.
Okay. And you submitted an affidavit that included your educational background and other information about your experience and qualifications. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are the architect of record for this project?
Yes.
Okay. So is this project but for the residential use on the first floor and the overall building height due to the elevator penthouse? Is it otherwise in compliance with the standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. But, you know, in terms of why this project couldn't be 100% within the requirements of the zoning ordinance, can you please explain why the elevator couldn't be built within the 60-foot height limit?
Yeah, so providing a roof deck up there as one of the amenities, we wanted the ability to bring everybody up there. And elevators always have an override where the mechanical is and hoist beam. So there's some extra room in there that's higher than typical. And in this case, it brought it to 61 feet. So it's 1 foot higher than you know what the 60-foot requirement is. The elevator override itself is relatively small. It's a 9x9 area, and it's about 30 feet off the front of the building. And zoning usually requires about 20 feet for that. So again, given that we wanted to do residential on the first floor to fit in with the neighborhood, if this was mixed use, we would have been allowed 65 feet, but residential puts us at 60. And so that's why we are looking for relief for 1 foot.
Okay. In addition, you addressed the other standards for the special use and for the variation in the affidavit that you submitted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to testify further, you would testify to the contents of that affidavit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just one other thing, is it your opinion that the project as developed fits in with the surrounding area?
Yes.
Isn't this parcel unique in terms of its size, in terms of the frontage, that creates a unique opportunity to create housing density where needed at this scale? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a pretty wide lot, and it's a great opportunity to design some nice residential. If it was designed as of right, there might have been less units or even smaller units, given that we would have had the first floor as commercial and garage.
Okay, and then that would have created additional hardships for the community in the surrounding area and make it less compatible with its surroundings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions at this time. If the board has questions, please proceed.
Great, thanks everybody. Any questions from the board? Okay, I think we've got everything that we need on this one. So I appreciate everybody's time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks everybody. Enjoy the weekend.
Take care.
All right, we're gonna go back and we're gonna do the one that we skipped over prior to taking a break, just because I know there is a scheduling conflict in the afternoon. Then we'll take a break. So to go to calendar number 163-22-S. Again, if anyone is here to object to this matter, please just raise your hand. And I'm going to go ahead and read the department's updated recommendation as everyone gets situated. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand an existing community center, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, the ARC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans and elevations dated December 3rd, 2021, with hardscape and landscape plans dated May 16th, 2022, all prepared by Eckenhoff Sounders. Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Amy Degnan, and I'm an attorney with Georges and Sinowicki. I'm appearing for the applicant, the ARC, on application 163-22-S for 6438 through 6450 North California Avenue. I'm joined today by Marna Goldwyn, the Chief Executive Officer of the ARC, Matt Wiley, the project architect for Eckenhoff Sanders, and Paul Woznicki, the land planner. Chairman, would you like to swear them in, or should I?
Yeah, sure. I can go down the list and swear them all in. Yeah. So Marna Goldwyn, will you state your name and address?
Marna Goldwyn, 2945 North Hermitage Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Matt Wiley, will you state your name and address?
My name is Matt Wiley, a principal with Eckenhoff Saunders Architects. Our business address is 130 East Randolph, Suite 1850, Chicago, 60601.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Paul Woznicki, will you state your name and address? Paul, you're just muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we've got you.
Okay. Business address is 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Great, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And we acknowledge your expertise, Paul, based off of many past appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Okay, Counselor, go right ahead.
Great, thank you. The ARC is a non-for-profit community center in existence for over 50 years that serves the Jewish community with vital human services. Each year, the ARC provides compassionate care for more than 4,000 Jewish community members with support services including but not limited to medical, dental, expressive therapy, workforce development, and a food pantry. The ARC's mission is to help Chicagoland Jews who are facing adversity navigate towards self-reliance. The ARC has been a pillar of the community at this current location since 1991. Before 1991, the ARC was located in Albany Park. For over 30 years, the ARC has enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the surrounding neighbors and the local aldermen. The subject property is zoned B32 and currently includes a one-story commercial building of approximately 11,700 square feet. The proposed project includes expanding the existing building to the vacant property to the south and adding a second floor. The new building will be 24,711 total square feet. There will be a new landscape parking lot added to the added to the south of the new building with 25 parking spaces. The new building and adjacent parking lot has been designed to comply with the zoning code and building code. The ARC is not before the zoning board today requesting any increase in height, density, parking, or any other zoning relief. It's a simple community center special use that we seek before you today. The property is in the 50th Ward. Alderwoman Silverstein is in support and has provided a letter of support. Alderman Silverstein hosted a virtual community meeting in the spring of 2021. And in addition, employees of the ARC have had numerous conversations with the surrounding neighbors, and we are not aware of any objectors. I'd like to call Marna Goldwyn as my first witness. Marna Goldwyn, please state your name and address.
Marna Goldwyn, 2945 North Hermitage in Chicago.
And you're the Chief Executive Officer for the ARC at 6450 North California, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the site and the surrounding community, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it everything that I just described about the scope of the proposed new building and the adjacent parking lot correct?
Absolutely.
And you were kind enough to submit an affidavit in support of the application that was submitted with our findings of fact that address the special use criteria, and if called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
Yes.
And if the special use is approved today, will you build in accordance with the plans we submitted and otherwise in accordance with the zoning ordinance and the municipal code of Chicago?
Yes.
Great. I'd like to move on to Matt Wiley. Matt, please state your name and address.
Matt Wiley, Eckenhoff Saunders, 130 East Randolph Street, Suite 1850, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And you're a licensed architect, and you've been a licensed architect in the state of Illinois for at least 32 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're an architect with Eckenhoff Sanders. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the property at 6438 to 6450 North California Avenue and the surrounding area. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And is everything that I just described about the scope of the proposed new building and adjacent parking lot correct?
It is.
And you were kind enough to submit an affidavit in support of the application that was submitted with our finding of fact, and if called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
Yes, I would.
And if the special use is approved, will you submit a permit application in accordance with the plans we submitted and in accordance with the zoning ordinance and the municipal code of Chicago?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to Paul Woznicki.
Yes.
Paul, please. Hi, Paul. Please state your name and address.
My name is Paul Woznicki. My business address is 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And Paul, you're a land planner and have testified before the Zoning Board of Appeals for many years. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, I have.
And you're familiar with the property at 6438 to 6450 North California Avenue and the surrounding area. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Very good. Is there anything that I just described about the scope of the proposed new building and the adjacent parking lot correct?
No, it's 100% correct.
And you were kind enough to submit a land use report and affidavit in support of this application that was submitted with our findings of facts that address the criteria of the special use. Is that correct?
It's correct.
In your expert opinion, the new building and adjacent parking lot will comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your expert opinion, the new building and adjacent parking lot is in the best interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Is that correct?
That's also very correct.
In your expert opinion, the new building and adjacent parking lot is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
In your expert opinion, the new building and adjacent parking lot is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, traffic congestion. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your expert opinion, the new building is designed to promote public safety and comfort. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is there anything else you'd like to add about the building and or your review of the property for the board today?
I will tell you that this is a major upgrade to North California Avenue, what presently exists there today. If you were to drive down California, you would see the only way you can say in an abandoned building, which used to house the Chicago, what used to be the Washtown USA, and it was a coin-operated laundry. And the parking lot over there, I think I see more weeds growing through the asphalt than actually the asphalt. So I think it'd be all I can say is it's be a major upgrade to the California Avenue.
That's great.
And I know the facilities. I know of this because my better half knows all about this because some of her relatives have utilized that facility. So I was happy to do this.
Great. Thank you so much, Paul. We've concluded with our witnesses. We'd like to thank the board for your consideration and ask for your approval for the special use. We're available to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Are there any questions from the board? Okay. I don't hear any. So thank you, everyone, for your time, and good luck with everything you do. It's a great service. So we'll take this under consideration.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Let's call a 35-minute break. We've only got a few left, knock on wood. So we're going to reconvene at 1:55 Central. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. I vote yes. See everyone at 1:55.